Hello. Welcome back to Black Angus Reviews. Impromptu stream for the day, trying to get back to my mission, the ASOM mission, the Angus School of Ministry, because God has placed me here to detract with you, to guide you, to be a shepherd of the detractor flock, along with other chosens like EVS, like Frog Tony, Katie Did, Richard Embry, so many others. The great Vito, that I am only quarter black, opposed to Vito. I don't know. Try to make a joke. They call me quarter black Vito. And of course, CVS has got a stream today. Can't catch a break. Every time I stream, Trash Cast is going. It's a coup. We might check in on that. I'm way behind on some Trash Casts last 5 or 6. But we got started introducing something dark side, something society. Backy in the chat. What's up? Tank Fair, hello. Another half-baked Rippaverse product. You are correct. I know nothing about this besides it's got a retarded name, like we should expect from people of a certain demographic. Let me see. There we go. Get it more centered. Fortunately, the base is by my feet. Yeah, I got a new statue. Placing Captain Marvel. Got Fathom, Fassman Comics, Michael Turner, his beloved Fathom. Getting into that and found that. Sold some stuff, so snag that deal. Hopefully it'll make me some money in the future. Make us some profit. Yeah, I like being able to change the scenery a little bit. Next month, Thursday tomorrow, I'll see a new Razor Candy month display cosplay. There we go. We're gonna be digging into Eric, his new crap. It's gonna be a fun time indeed. And we got Bad Take Bojan saying good evening. Hello. Do you want a link, Tina? I've sent you a link before. You never fucking respond. But love to have you on. I feel like this is kind of out of your purview. Perhaps it's gonna be cool to hear your take if you are uninformed about the Rippaverse saga thus far. Tomorrow should be me getting my gooding, so maybe I'll actually review it fresh on stream tomorrow. We'll see. Let me send a link out to some people really quick. Ricky might be coming in later. I know he's streaming with old Physical Media Show about Dracula 31. I can't get through that movie. And Breakfast Club. Fucking awful movie. I hate that movie. I don't know why people hype it. It's trash. Just the premise. Hey, let's watch kids in detention for 2 hours. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I'd rather be in Gaza than watch Breakfast Club. That's how much I hate that movie. Might be worse than Ghostbusters for me. I'm not sure. I'm not going to rewatch to find out. So it'll be one of those up in the air things for you. Yeah, we sent out this invite. See if anyone wants to come in. Crippity crap on the old Rippaverse. We'll be talking about some other stuff too. I'll be kind of front loading this. We might do a little introductory gander at the Sorsha, apparently is the name. These fucking names, dude. You're selling to mainly white people. They don't know how to fucking say these words. I don't care if it's actually Gaelic or something. I'm hearing it's like Scottish or something. I have no idea. Quit picking dumb fucking names, Eric. At least ASOM, it sounds Islamic, so it like instantly kind of like makes me wonder what it is. But I can say it. There's no question. It's either ESOM or ISOM. There's no real question. Sorsha, I would have no idea. It's how you're supposed to say it. Luckily, Rippaverse, he's English, so I guess he has that knowledge. Where's my messages? There we go. Boom, boom, boom. Get an old tweety tweet out, as old Eric would say. Why is this not sending? Come on. There we go. Where is the... There we go. Green room. Boom, boom, boom. And send this out to Frog Tony chat. There we go. Sorry, my day's been all cloudy. Getting back to work, it's throwing off. Being off for a couple weeks really throws me off. So we're getting there, though. Let me check back in with y'all. Check back in. But yeah, you're going to bed. I understand, Tina. Yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll throw you the link if you're free. But they talk about things. Wait, what? What? It's a nice setup behind you, except that Starfire grows. What? You don't like Starfire? Black man adjusting to work. No, I do work. Honestly, this time off was strange for me because like last 4 or 5 years I've just like basically worked nonstop, a lot of overtime. Try to get streams in when I can. And this job does interfere with streaming schedule. Get some aspartame free gum. Anyway, y'all are interested in some Sorsha, possibly some anime still. Let's look at Sorsha first. And also, if there's anything that pops up that you think might be relevant, hit me up on Twitter or possibly put it in the chat. Look at that as well. I am behind on Detracting, as you know. So, God, this gum's so juicy when you start out. Sorry, bear with me. Hail Raven. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't quite understand the animosity or if there is an actual rivalry. It seems that most people meme Raven and Starfire together and that it's like an odd couple. It's kind of like Wednesday and the blonde chick from the Wednesday show, which I don't like, but I did give it a few episodes. The dynamic, like, that's fine. It's just I do not get why people fawn over. It's like deadpan Wednesday saying like ironic shit or something. I don't get it. All a gag. Well, thank you, Tank. Thank you for explaining it, because besides Batman, I don't really fucking know DC comics. I just, it's like these statues are hot. Starfire is like a cool concept, so I kind of know the gist of her, but DC's like basically a dark spot in my brain. Besides Batman, Batman's awesome. So versatile. I actually had a conversation with some strangers. Someone passed my time about Dr. Doom and Robert Downey Jr. I'm like, oh, what? He said, I haven't confirmed, but he said Dr. Doom or Downey Jr. is going to be playing Doom and Iron Man. I'm like, wait, how does that work? Is he going to be an earlier time before his death in the main timeline, or is he going to be Iron Man for another timeline facing Dr. Doom, Tony from another time? What? Sounds like if that is true, it's going to get messy. Let me look this up really quick, since it's on my brain. It's so nice to have organic conversation with some comic fans that I assume know way more than me. Robert Downey Jr., Doomsday, Iron Man. See if we can find anything out about this. Who should we look into? Okay, let's go to Forbes. I'd feel like they'd probably be fairly objective about this news. Rose Wilson. Oh man, you're gonna make me look up shit I don't know. Rose Wilson. Fictional character. So is this like a Deathstroke chick? I don't know about that. I mean, I guess it's like the She-Hulk angle of protecting her IP with a gender swap, but I don't know. Maybe it works. Who knows? Who knows? Let's dig in. Let me go back to the Downey Jr. Let's look at this, since that came up. Shit. Present. There we go. All right. Let me catch up with the chat. What were you all saying? You like Robert Jr.'s act, but this move reeks of desperation. I don't know about that. I think, it also, he only came back because the Russos are coming back. So I think that's fine. Russos have done good for Marvel with Winter Soldier, Civil War, I think, right? And the 2 Avengers films. I feel like we're in good hands, especially how they managed Captain Marvel being in the mix. It seemed like they definitely kept her back as much as possible. So it seems like they understand. Honestly, like Captain Marvel and Endgame with that Peter Parker bit, where it's kind of like a a MILF angle, scenes of attraction or something with Peter. I don't know, just that little line. It's like, hey there, Peter Parker. Like, okay, like seems like nice little feminine energy, maybe some sex appeal there you can read into. Um, Apparently they filmed that before Captain Marvel, if I'm not mistaken. That scene, and they also filmed Black Panther before his film. So I think it's very clear like they understand what all they're balancing and juggling. Anyway, let's look at this article. Let me make myself smaller. There we go. Downey Jr.'s MCU's Doctor Doom. There's two explanations. As San Diego Comic-Con, it's revealed that he is returning not as Stark, but as Doctor Doom in Doomsday. Got an explosive reaction from the crowd. The immediate aftermath was utter confusion. How is this going to work exactly? What exactly are they playing at? The way I see it, there are two main options. One that seems more sound and better than the other. The option I don't love is an evil Tony Stark variant. On this wasn't made explicit. It stands to reason that before the Avengers, Doctor Doom will appear in the upcoming Fantastic Four movie, which has been confirmed to take place in a non-MCU universe, even if obviously they'll eventually collide. As such, perhaps Tony in this world took a different path and ended up as a masked, armored evil guy rather than a masked, armored good guy. I don't know if I like. I mean, I guess you kind of have to, with everything that's gone on. I guess you kind of have to have the Fantastic Four be in another universe and then slip into ours for some reason. But this is, for me, it's like this is where I can kind of concede some like, yeah, multiverse can be a cop out angle of, well, if it doesn't work, we can send them to the void and recast them again or something. I don't know. Damn it, I hit my freaking camera again. There we go. Sorry about that. Daughter of Destro. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Well, I'll be live tomorrow around 9, maybe earlier, just to try to avoid being too sleepy for work. Just never know how long you go. Let me see. That's just not pulled out of thin air. There's an actual comic source precedent for this type of storyline. Infamous Iron Man, where Victor Von Doom takes up the Iron Man mantle. There's another. Tony Stark of Earth 11029, where Doom and Stark switch minds, and as such, Doom is walking around in Stark's body. This could technically get around the Russo brothers stating outright that Downey was playing Victor Von Doom specifically, not Stark, because technically he would be. But I like this less than the other option. Or Downey is playing Victor Von Doom with no Stark string attached. Downey's a great actor. He can play multiple parts. He can cast as Victor Von Doom and give an entirely different performance than his decade and a half of Tony Stark. They will likely make him look a lot different as well. That may go beyond just lack of a goatee. The other fact, of course, is that Dr. Doom is wearing a mask almost all the time. So this role is going to mostly be mostly voice work. This would be the literal no asterisk idea of Downey Jr. playing Fantastic Four Universe's Doom without trying to pull any Tony Stark multiverse shenanigans, and yet the storyline is still about the multiverse, so who knows? I mean, wouldn't you possibly have a face reveal at some point, or if you're doing any kind of origin? I feel like you gotta, well, I don't know. I guess maybe they're gonna make this Fantastic Four like the 08 Justice League attempt of you just drop into the world, they're already established. I don't know. I mean, you've already had 2 Fantastic Four franchise attempts, if you will. So I don't know. I know what I hope the answer is, but I don't know what the answer will actually be. I think this is a huge risk, and I think anyone being cast as Doom, Oppenheimer was the latest fan pick, just because Doom is such a legendary character, and everyone is pretty relieved to move on from Kang. But Downey Jr. being cast here is leading to some excitement, but a whole lot of confusion and some outright anger with this seeming like perhaps a cheap trick or a desperate move to lure people back to MCU. See, I didn't think about him being a voice actor for a role, but with him coming out in the suit and the mask, it feels like he is going to be in the role. So I don't know. I'm so baffled by I can't even say whether it's good or bad at this point, but I think the above are the only chances that make sense. Then you guys an update a couple days ago. For the analysis on this point, the more I think about it, the more it seems unlikely that either of these concepts will work. And the overall pushback on the idea, the fan scene is valid. What's the problem? If you let Victor Von Doom be evil Tony Stark, that is somehow now going by Victor Von Doom in another universe, that seems like a disservice to the original character. Once he enters the MCU proper, there will no doubt have to be some sort of storyline focused on evil Tony being recognized by all his former friends, which overcomplicates what might have been better off as a straight Doctor Doom story that has nothing to do with Stark or Iron Man. But the other option feels wrong as well. If Downey Jr. is not Stark and he's playing the role with a wildly different personality, and look, in the whole he's like our Tony thing does not come up at all, then what was the point of casting him? I've seen some people mention this is like Chris Evans playing both Johnny Storm in the first Fantastic Four and Captain America in the MCU a few years later, but it's not like that. Johnny Storm did not anchor an entire universe for 15 years, nor was he the most popular character in that universe for that same length of time. If anything, it's more like Jackman returning as Wolverine, but even then, it's like if Jackman showed up in the MCU as Magneto. That's a valid point. That's why I feel like that's why this feels kind of a cheap trick. A way to get Downey Jr. back without undoing Tony's endgame death, a moment Feige had previously said they don't want to touch. That's fine. But again, if the plan is for Jr. to be a completely stark divorced Doom, why stunt cast him here instead of another talented actor who could perform well as Doom without this sideshow distraction of Downey Jr. in the role? Yeah, I don't know. This guy, let me see who this author is. Paul Tassi. That seems like a good analysis. Actually, maybe to get more clarity, let's look up Comics Explained. He's been taken off lately. I saw him tweet that he was like number 7 trending, at least for that day with the announcement. So let me see. I have not watched him in a while. So let's analyze this. Let me get rid of this. Let me check with you on the chat too. Thank you for multiverses is usually a weak premise, but the MCU has been doing an okay job at it. Some good, some bad, and a decent amount of cringe. Hey, what's up, soy base Jeremy? Yeah, I really like Loki. So, it's fine if you don't like Loki or Sylvie as a character, whatever. The concept, even I haven't really paid attention to any criticism of the show of like, well, that doesn't make sense. They negate this in their own. I don't know any of the criticism. I've just watched first season, really like it. I love the idea of I love talking about religion and stuff. It's the best source to pull to make fantastical stories that will resonate. You'll feel some understanding already if you base it on that. I don't know. I really like Loki because it's dancing with the idea of predestination versus free will. Loki's thought he's had free will this whole time, but actually everything's been orchestrated, which kind of becomes messy when it's like you try to make this race angle in Captain America or Falcon and Winter Soldier. And it's like, well, you didn't get a blown. It wasn't actually because of racism. It was because Kang orchestrated the timeline that way. I don't know. I really like the idea of Loki being kind of like a Judas for the story. Like you are destined to be the bad guy. And that makes you think of like Grendel in the Beowulf movie, where it's like, can you be evil if that's your nature? Especially if a higher power is orchestrating everything. Seems like you're a victim. And what does morality mean at that point? I don't know. That's a cool idea. That's why I like the Loki show. And it feels like that's the only thing that has like substance, even if you don't like the concept, don't like the TVA or how they present it, or Kang. I like the idea of a god letting loose the reins, opening himself to the experience of creation. I don't know. That's cool. That's a cool idea. The self-awareness of a god to like stop meddling, stop controlling. It's a cool idea. Just a bad act. I want to say bad. I can't judge Jonathan Majors. Bad direction for sure. The original unreleased version is the most accurate. Of what? Feeling if Doom's face is shown, maybe it'll be after his defeat, causing some PTSD in the Avengers. Huh. Hey, what's up, Red? Thanks for joining. Yeah, I think you all agree that was an interesting article of like someone trying to piece out, well, how can I make sense of this? 'Cause I'm right there with you. um, I meant Fantastic Four is a touchy subject for me. I was a huge fan with all the books from 72 to 94. Yeah, I have no connection to Fantastic Four. I like the original. I guess they're not even original, but the two Fox movies. I think those are fine. Um, I mean, Galactus makes no sense when you see him in the Thor comics, his origin, and you get Silver Surfer. It's like, what? Why would you not just make him the class? You own the rights. Am I mistaken? They're showing Galactus. They have the name. It's clearly an IP thing. So why wouldn't you show him in his human form? You're already animating Silver Surfer. How hard is it to animate a giant planet man? I don't. That was frustrating. But it's not Green Lantern with Parallax. That was dog shit. Uh, I can see it fucking with their mental health. Yeah, I think casting was like it's going to. You got the goodwill of the fan base with that actor for the role. I don't know. I don't think it's cheap. It feels like a really ballsy move of like, oh, we'll just have him play another character after his performance, and I'm done. Like, and for him to come back and kind of force him, like, well, I'll come if the Russos do stuff. I think that shows the lack of faith he had with whatever their plans originally were with the new Avengers. I don't know, because I saw that Captain America 4 trailer. I'm not gonna lie, it looked pretty good, even with it coming out in Black History Month. Just definitely a purposeful move there, a pander move. Try to wake up the black people, like, oh, we gotta see a black guy in February. We gotta see it, Black History Month. I don't know. Why hire this guy everyone loved? Oh, gee, I don't know. I mean, that's a good point. It's definitely an odd casting, given we're excited. Like, oh, who's the new presentation of this? They're doing female version of Silver Surfer, at least for their universe, to start out Fantastic Four, which I think is cool. Because wouldn't you feel cheap if it was male Silver Surfer and it's another universe, so he doesn't really have a role in mainline? I don't know. Because yeah, you can kind of just throw away female Silver Surfer or keep her as isn't her name Nova in the comics? Let me see. Female Silver Surfer. Let me see. Let me see if we can find her name really quick. The character name. Zen from Zenlaw. Norin Rad. Shala Ball. There we go. That's her name. Shala Ball. I think that could work. We'll see though. I'm trying to read the chat. I'm trying to screw you, Sway Based. Is he playing Tony? Well, we don't know yet. We don't know if he's going to be Tony as well. It's a lot in the air. Can't really find clarity on that point. Loki had the worst possible outcome. Loki got what he wanted, to be a bona fide god. I think he understands the scope, though. He's like, isn't he like the god of storytelling now? I haven't seen season 2, so I'm in the dark with the finale. And honestly, if people think like Loki's a cash grab attempt, like they stopped at 2 seasons with a pretty beloved actor, and I don't know, like with them trying to milk everything, the fact that they have creators just like that's it, cool. I think Andor's kind of the same way. They just want to do 2 seasons and they're done. Peter shows signs of PTSD in No Way Home. Okay. No Way Home's one of those. I saw it once and I'm like, I don't need any more. I really love Spider. I love Tobey Maguire. They did pretty good here, even with it being kind of a bad movie, narratively. And then I saw it again. I'm like, yep, I did not need to see it again. I got nothing new out of it. It's a weird movie that's like, I like it. I never want to see it again. Doom, says Tank Fair, has never been done justice in any published movie, sadly. He's my favorite villain. I don't know much about him besides what I've seen in films. I think for the time with that Nip Tuck show being a big thing at the time, I think that actor was probably a good villain casting at the time. I don't know. I was like 10 when it came out, so I was just like, "Ooh, Silver Surfer, awesome!" And yeah, hi Angus, it's Jim. Thanks. How does this work though? That's the thing. I'm genuinely confused. I think that's part of the intrigue. I think that is part of the sell. Is like, yeah, you know, this guy we've had for 15 years as character, we brought him back as a different character in multiverse era. How does that work? And that's part of the hook, especially with female surfer as well, Shalabal or Nova, or maybe it's the same name. I don't know. To be fair, Silver Surfer's the last of the great heralds of Galactus before he went rogue. I know they've done a recent, I don't know if it has precedent before, but they've made him Thor, a herald of Galactus, right? In the comics. I need to catch up on that. It felt cheap in a sense. Oh no. How did Loki feel cheap? Fell second to DEI. Maybe. I just with DEI stuff, I think it's to some degree you just have to accept this is the era we're in. And that actually will lead me into Handmaid's Tale discussion. Because I really love that show. I think it's a high fucking bar. Like it's probably Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, House of Dragon, Handmaid's Tale. That's how much I really like that show. And I'm going to get Ricky in on it. He's seen the first episode. He's like, okay, whatever. Like, it's a show. But I was talking to him about where it's going. And he's like, oh, I thought it was going to be like some feminist, like, I Rebel show. And I'm like, I mean, they definitely kind of lean into that sentiment. But it's a fucking tragedy. And it actually is pretty even killed. Anyway. Really sourced all the good stuff. Really soured all the good stuff, huh? Okay. I don't know. I just with the like philosophical element of Loki, I kind of the blinders are on, and I'll admit that. That's I like a good Burger King Kids Club. Well, you just can't write a good one. Okay, don't quite follow. But anyway, let's look at Comics Explained, see if he can give us any clarity, because he's like, oh, this is not going to be Infamous Iron Man. I saw him tweet that. So being aware of that idea, I'm very interested to see what his guesses are. Let me see. Comics Explained. All right. So he's been leaning into the snooze a lot for his channel. Can't blame him. All right. Iron Man becomes Dr. Doom. Let's look into this.
Most of you guys are aware by now, at San Diego Comic-Con, Marvel announced that Robert Downey Jr. is returning as Dr. Doom in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And they're using one of two stories as a basis for this. The first one is Infamous Iron Man, which we've already covered. The second one is this story. So this is an alternate reality story. It's part of Marvel's What If line. And this opens up with Tony Stark arriving at college, only for us to find out that instead of the main Marvel universe playing out the way that it did, where Dr. Doom was roommates with Reed Richards, Dr. Doom is roommates with Tony Stark. You guys can obviously see where this is going. So the cool thing about this is that this basically shows us Tony Stark as we know him, right? He's a playboy, doesn't really take anything seriously. The alternative here, the other side of this, is that Dr. Doom is far more focused than Tony Stark is. And in fact, he even says that, right? As a transfer student, you might not be aware, the semester has already begun. Your presence in this room will be tolerated only if your priorities are in order. Is that understood? And so Stark's reaction is just like, I mean, that's cool, man, but like, my girl here has a girl of her own, right? Like, you looking to touch some naughty bits, or are you just going to sit here and just be grumpy all the time? But in the days following their first encounter,
I don't know how much y'all ever watch Comics Explained, but I love his personality through his videos. I love it, especially if you've seen his old stuff, which I didn't come up with his channel when he was growing. Found him after the fact with comics, but he was way more just straight like nerd, kind of like autistic, sterile. I don't know how you describe exactly, but it was way more just kind of fact-based. He can still like rattle off all these details and be like, I think it's like this issue from like 1975 run, but he's always had that element, of like deep lore nerddom. But I love how his personality comes out. Also, trying to just throw in commentary to make sure this is transformative for YouTube.
Tony Stark demonstrates how smart he is. This is one of the funny things. Dr. Doom always comes up second to the various people that he ends up sharing a room with when it comes to him going to college. Reed Richards, Tony Stark, so on and so forth. And where Stark's just like blasting music and all that kind of stuff, one of the things he points out here is that Doom just needs to learn to relax. He says, let your back brain do the work. And then Doom asks him, like, what would you know about work at all, right? You were born into privilege. While I've had to fight for every grant, every scholarship, the burden I shoulder would break a lesser man, but my destiny is to lead. And that inevitability is worth any sacrifice. Now, this establishes that Dr. Doom's history within this universe is almost identical to his history in the main Marvel universe. And that concept was basically being carried over here from Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four when they established that in every reality, Dr. Doom ultimately tries to seize absolute power, and the only way to really fix him is to essentially lobotomize him, and that's it. That's all you can really do. But Tony Stark here kind of plays the Tony Stark game, right? He says, maybe, but keeping your focus among other things so tight can lead to mistakes, like the proton coefficient in your formula there should be cubed, not squared. And Dr. Doom kind of gets a little pissy about this, about the fact that he's being shown up. But at the end of the day, what we end up finding out and what we're told here is that this irritation that Victor Von Doom has for Tony Stark ultimately leads to a kind of grudging respect, where Victor Von Doom looks at Tony as a man who's kind of his equal. And that's one of the most important things to understand for those of you guys who are new to Dr. Doom in Marvel Comics. Yes, he puts off a lot of bravo. Yes, he does all kinds of crazy stuff. Dr. Doom really cares more about intelligence than anything else. Bravery to a degree, but intelligence is at the top of the list. And so what happens is Doom leads Tony Stark down into this basement where things are...
Uh-oh. Groomer alert. Pizzagate. Someone call the Pizzagate cops. There's a basement that he's exploring. Do the snap and in-game create another Tony? Huh. That's a interesting. I have no knowledge to argue yay or nay, but that's interesting guesswork there. It's like, oh, is there like residual effects? But in the Marvel cartoon, the first season, What If, they literally retcon themselves in I think the same episode, but like they established that like some of these weapons when they're coming from different universes, like, well, they don't work in this universe because like atomic structure is some little wrinkle off from the one you're from, so it won't work. Same with like the gauntlet. But then for the Watcher or the like super Ultron Vision, it didn't matter. I don't know. It got confusing because they didn't stick to their own rules that they established. But I did buy the first What If Venom because it had a cool cover. It was a She-Hulk, and it didn't really have like a cool concept, but it had like no spirit. It was like Venomized What If issues of different characters: Wolverine, She-Hulk, I think Doctor Strange. I don't know. I'm always open, but it's not gonna work. Let's continue.
Pretty seedy. And he says, I'm afraid I have a confession to make. The late nights I said I've spent in the library is a lie. I've actually been here. And where Stark is just kind of like the storage annex, like there's nothing down here but rats and old books. The response of Doom is, exactly. That's why I came down here. I've learned that my current scholarship may not be renewed. In hopes of saving my education, I've been forced to take rather extreme measures. And what he says is really interesting here. He says, I've borrowed apparatus from other labs, even falsified administrative vouchers to secure equipment that I need. A risky endeavor, but it's worth it if I succeed. Now, this is also the nature of Dr. Doom, whatever it takes to win. Dr. Doom can be incredibly petty in Marvel Comics. If you don't believe me, go check out the videos that we did on Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, the events leading up to the collapse of the multiverse in Secret Wars 2015, where he basically refuses to help Namor because he doesn't want to be second best. It's kind of nuts, right? It's kind of crazy. But the thing that Stark says is like, you're going to be expelled here, man. And again, Doom says, not if I succeed. When complete, this machine will trigger dormant telekinetic abilities, allow people to move things with their minds. Imagine what that would mean to quadriplegics, the infirm, to say nothing of the university's publicity office. And that's really the smart move. You can get away with a lot at a university if your actions ultimately make the university look good. Believe me, I used to work at one. You'd be amazed the kind of thing that universities will sweep under the rug if it makes them look good at the end of the day. But he says, time is short. I was hoping that perhaps with your help. And Stark initially rebuffs it, right? He's like, dude, you've been nothing but a jerk to me since I got here. Right? Since you first met me, you've been nothing but rude to me almost every single step of the way. Sure, you respect me, but you respect me begrudgingly. And now you expect me to put my future on the line for this kind of crazy cockamamie experiment that you have, and you don't even know if it's going to work. The response of Doom, it was difficult enough to ask Tony, please do not make me beg. And one of the things about Tony Stark is, as most of you guys figured out from the MCU, he's a relatively honorable guy. And when I say honorable, I mean, he does some morally questionable stuff at times. But at the end of the day, he usually tries to make it up to you if he's somehow done you wrong. And this is the exact same thing that happened.
Man, I love that scene. Taking out the terrace. And how does that work? I love how Toy Base just like, what does any of this mean? I'm right there with you. But I like how he's like leaning into, I'm assuming, a newer comic plans this idea.
Happens here. I'd never ask you to beg. That's not who I am. And so we're told that over the course of days, these guys start working together, right? Two students train their full concentration on the task at hand. Progress is steady, if not without incident. And so again, it's a kind of back and forth because Stark is basically...
Sorry, I hear that line. I could see Eric writing that. It has like a cadence, like an Eric sentence. Oh, this is your brain on Rippaverse.
following the instructions of Doom. Tell me where this needs to go. I will put it there, that kind of a thing, because at the end of the day, it really is Doom's entire project. Stark knows what to do, right? But it is Doom's project. And so what Doom says here is like, ignore that particular device that you have. It's simply a reciprocal power boost. I'll explain more once the patent has cleared. And so the response to Stark, wow, brilliant and paranoid, you're some piece of work. And so finally, they finish this entire project. Stark sits down because he's going to be the kind of test bed here. And why wouldn't you, right? If there were an experiment that you could undertake that could give you telekinesis, and the downside to the experiment is that nothing could go wrong, then why wouldn't you do it? Worst case scenario, you just stay the same. And so what ends up happening is that restraints kick in. They lock Tony Stark in place. And then he's like, what in the world is going on? The response of Doom, oh, it's one of these things in case you prove to be dangerous. And then he basically tells the truth about what's going on. I'm almost sorry you've been a satisfactory assistant, but this seemed the only way to secure the resources I require. Resources you take for granted. It's really quite simple. Remember that circuit you questioned?
That nigga stole my bike. That's what happened. Oh, this is interesting.
It will indeed redirect mental energy from your cerebral cortex into mine. Telekinesis was a ruse, a carrot to dangle before your naive ambition. But with one touch of a button, our minds will switch bodies and everything that you have will be mine. Now, this
is this the comic that the Forbes article was talking about? Okay. Let's see where this goes.
Big difference between this story and Infamous Iron Man. Infamous Iron Man was just Dr. Doom taking up the mantle of Iron Man following the death of Tony Stark at the end of Civil War II, the story that character assassinated Carol Danvers. In this story, Victor Von Doom is stealing the body of Tony Stark. They're swapping places. But the fact is, right, the process goes off without a hitch. Security guards come running in because they're alerted to all this craziness that's going on. Victor Von Doom emerges in the body of Tony Stark and says, you know, some crazy cockamamie experiment that he had. He said he was trying to help people. He forced me to be a part of this. Of course, they take the side of who they think is Tony Stark because, one, he's a super rich guy, right? The halo effect. And two, because Victor Von Doom's not awake. He can't tell anybody what was going on. Not only that, it wipes his memories. So for the rest of this video, I'm just going to use the names Tony Stark and Dr. Doom. Just know those names are switched. And so what you do, as with pretty much all what if stories, you follow the Watcher, where he says questions become answers, even as solutions yield more riddles.
Oh, fuck, we got Dokumon. Awesome. Dokumon's going to come in the MCU. Hell yeah.
Two lives briefly joined by chance part once more, following separate paths into an unmapped future. The young man who was once Tony Stark arrives on Latvian soil in exile and disgrace. With no money, no memory, he also finds no hope. As an ocean away, Victor Von Doom, in the body of Tony Stark, breathes freedom, reveling in his new body, the doors it will open, the position it bestows, a position of honor, opportunity, and power. Now, this is the best possible scenario for someone like Victor Von Doom, being able to operate behind the scenes, no one wiser to the fact that he's taken over the body of somebody else, but all the resources that it grants him, the technology, the whole nine yards. Because again, for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with Dr. Doom, what makes him so powerful is the fact that he's this perfect merger between technology and magic, not science and magic, technology and magic, which I guess depending on how you look at it, the two are one and the same, science and technology. But the fact is, right, he merges those two things and is able to achieve a wide array of capabilities. And so we're told, weeks pass, one life spirals downward, confusion and despair, freeing inner demons. Hence the reason why this story is called What If? Demon in an Armor. It's based off the old Demon in a Bottle storyline, really in name only. And we're told until untapped and perhaps unrealized metal rises at last to confront those demons, to simply tell them no, a word which is heard with increasing annoyance by quote unquote Tony Stark, most often from a father who cannot understand why his only son has become so distant, so insistent on control. An unfortunate and never fully explained industrial incident soon follows, and no is heard no more. Of course, Howard Stark was murdered, right? I mean, that's obviously the implication here, right? And so we're told months become years as obstacles loom and challenge. Menial jobs pay for squalid lodgings, while tireless study earns respect and coveted scholarships. Now, here's the coolest thing.
Ah, he's getting a taste of his own medicine. I like that. That's cool.
about Tony Stark, right? Those are the guys who came from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and that's your perspective of Tony Stark, right? You're not overly familiar with his character in the comics. You're not far off. But you're really not far off. Tony Stark is one of those guys where the worst thing you could possibly do is back him into a corner, because then what he's going to do is he's going to make you a project and he's going to go to work on you. He'll go after you and anybody that you ever met, right? That guy can be super hardcore when he wants to be. And that's exactly what's happening here. Even though Tony Stark is trapped in the body of Victor Von Doom, he still has all his intelligence. But more so than that, now he's got purpose and meaning. And that's what really makes him dangerous. And so what we're told is that...
Ooh, you know, they're showing all this. I wonder if they're going to use like that barf tech scene from Civil War where they show like young Downey Jr. I just appreciate when they do it right and it looks good. So maybe they'll roll that out again like they did with Leia and Tarkin and Rogue One and Civil War, like I said. I think Tron maybe did that too with Jeff Bridges. So just saw on technical, that's interesting. I want to see if they play that out or if they just give like a summary. That'll be boring. I'm tired of summaries. Like, actually show it.
With this new drive and motivation, the result is a PhD, the first of several. As the man with no memory, the man fate would seek to dismiss, becomes Dr. Victor Von Doom, while the man who had abandoned his own quest for titles pursues a different goal, molding his own life through intimidation, extortion, and means less subtle. Ideas flow like quicksilver from a brilliant, if wounded mind. Medical advances, enhanced safety apparatus, fuel-efficient engines, patents make the inventor a wealthy man, and that wealth is funneled into economic growth, making Latveria free and strong. But strength takes many forms, and the man who would be Stark seeks them all. An obsession, and in consuming, devours all remnants of conscience, a circumstance that will have resounding consequences. It's really cool the way this plays out, because what it effectively tells us is Victor Von Doom, operating in the body of Tony Stark, basically does whatever it is he needs to do in order to win. Borrow, steal, and kill. Of course, he wouldn't beg. But the fact is, he is burning bridges everywhere he goes. He is ruthless and he is relentless. On the other side of the world, Tony Stark, in the body of Victor Von Doom, is really more of a philanthropist, right? He's pursuing goals that make the world better. And the reason why all this matters is because, as Victor Von Doom is told, Tony Stark out in Latveria and all this philanthropic work that he's doing, it's chipping away at Stark Universal's profit, and it's been doing it for years. And their latest energy advance, the development of the arc reactor, could be the last straw, right? Infinite energy forever. It would destroy every energy company that exists out there, and it would hit hard any company that has at least a good chunk of their resources devoted to energy development. And so we end up finding out that basically Victor Von Doom has spies out in Latveria, spying on what Tony Stark is doing, sending information back. It's not enough that they can steal plans, right, or anything with regards to the arc.
I wonder if they're going to rope in Yelena, whatever, the Black Widow sister. Let me catch up with y'all. Take out them Terrys. I mean, let's be real. I'm bewildered. It's possible he was cloned. That's possible too. All right. Good night. We'll see you. Soy base, Jeremy. Stark is smart. Doom is superior. Honestly, Doom's hubris, cruelty, and envy are what hold him back. Usually, still on brand for the characters. Yeah, no. This is fun comic idea. It's Freaky Friday with superheroes. It could work. I mean, it's a little far-fetched, I guess. A little too far to sci-fi to make the plot happen, but okay. I'm down if this is what they're going to be doing with Robert Downey. I'm game. I think he could execute it, so.
Arc reactor. But the fact is, Victor Von Doom makes the decision that the only thing he can do is just direct espionage, to take this new battle suit that he's developed, which is essentially the Iron Man armor that he was going to sell to the US military, but ultimately doesn't, don this thing, travel to where Tony Stark is at, and then literally obliterate the arc reactor, right? Just destroy the thing on the spot. And that's exactly what happens. The problem here is that, of course, Tony Stark has guys inside Dr. Doom's offices, right? He has guys reporting back to him. So he finds out Dr. Doom intends to launch an attack. He doesn't know the details of it, but he knows one is coming. And that's where you switch over to him with what is in effect a Dr. Doom battle armor suit, but of course with Iron Man colors. And he says this rescue suit may be of traditional Latvian design, but its composite elements are cutting edge. Puncture resistant, polymer reconstruction, flame retardant cape for protecting the injured. Emergency crews will be able to work in complete safety in hazardous environments, from chemical spills to explosions. And so when you switch over to Tony Stark, he's none the wiser to the fact that this attack is coming, right? He's just sort of showcasing this new suit that he's developed for himself, right? The rescue suit, that it may be of traditional Latvian design, but its composite elements instruments are cutting edge. But in the middle of this exposition, somebody comes running in and basically says, we're under attack. We're being hit at the arc reactor. This, of course, leads to Tony Stark activating the suit and then in turn going out into the field. Now, one of the things that he does make a comment about is that this suit was not designed for offense. It was not designed to attack. It's not a battle suit, right? It's literally just a suit of protection. It's defensive, but still it has all the capabilities that it needs to be able to protect itself. And so when he takes this suit out there, he comes face to face with Doctor Doom, and it's cool. What happens is that Doctor Doom relishes in everything that's been happening, right? He says there are many things you do not expect, but that's another story. As for your precious arc reactor, I've downloaded the key technology into my battle.
Oh man, all this makes you want to dig into fucking Doctor Doom shit. You might buy this story. Johnny shocked at how good this. Yeah, this is really good. This is like wacky shit. This is why the Rippaverse is doomed to fail. It's doomed to fail because there will never be adventurous stories like this, taking risks with multiverse and brain swapping. That's never going to happen. Oh my god, this is amazing. Oh, we add this. There we go. Secrets. I feel like I should add something. Oh, sorry, I'm updating my tags, trying to get some more viewership. There we go. All right, let's continue. There.
Suit, much more practical than trying to extract it from rubble, because he literally blows the facility to pieces, right? There's nothing left of this arc reactor technology short of what is in effect this super advanced thumb drive that's in Doctor Doom's possession. Following that, he goes to leave, right? He says you can always rebuild, of course, but by then the Stark version will have cornered the market. This was almost too easy. Now, for a moment, Tony Stark gives off this impression that he's almost just kind of ready to roll over, right? Just roll over, take it, and just kind of accept his fate. But he doesn't. Right?
I like the word bubbles. The dialogue, it reminds me of like the few of the older comics I've read, looked into. Kind of a narration. I like that.
He finds that metal in him and he says, magnetism. Attractor beams were meant to lift debris from collapsed buildings, but they should work just as well on Stark's metal armor. And of course, he fires it off. But with Doctor Doom's suit basically being this battle armor, right, this offensive suit, it just starts firing off rockets. Which is kind of cool. But again, you get this kind of back and forth. But Doctor Doom just kind of ridicules this guy, right? He says, you should have let me leave. Then I would have let you live. Your protective shell is formidable, but it's wearing down. And all I need is to make a single hole. But all I needed was to lure you close enough to do this, and fires off an energy blast that hits Tony Stark and sends him flying. More rockets come in. I mean, it's a full-on assault, right? Like bullets come in. I mean, it's kind of a War Machine Iron Man hybrid with a suit of armor. But then Tony Stark picks up on something. He realizes this suit is able to react at lightning speed, almost as if it follows his thoughts. And that's when he realizes the suit itself taps into the brain of Victor Von Doom. So all he has to do is duplicate the frequency, override his mental commands. And that's exactly what he does. And then he just prematurely activates the rockets in the back of the suit and blows the thing to pieces. Following that, Tony Stark just kind of lords over Doctor Doom as if he's defeated. And the response of Doom, if you let me live, I will give you your life back. And that's the kicker here. Tony Stark didn't remember what had happened in the experiment. He didn't remember that Doctor Doom had forced them to switch places.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Because it's like when you just try to take your spot back and put him in the chair and flip it again. Okay, I like that they explain that. However arbitrary it might be.
Thought he was always this guy, right? He thought he was always Victor Von Doom, and Tony Stark was always Tony Stark. He didn't realize what his identity was, and that's what Doom tells him. That experiment in college, the one that cost you your memory, it was not your doing, but mine. The machine I tricked you into using switched our minds, but that can be corrected. Grant me amnesty, asylum, and I'll testify to the truth. You can have everything back. Stark Universal, your family legacy, your name. And the response of Tony Stark here, why would I want that name, right? Like, sure, you have taken my body, and the world believes you to be Tony Stark, and they believe me to be Victor Von Doom. But
this is cool. It's like blending the two minds, kind of. This is cool. Let me see what you're all saying. Hubris, still on brand. Brainstorming is tight. Classic dialogue. Yes. Here comes the hubris. Let me look up what this title is. Doom Iron Man. What if comic? This is a 13-year-old story. What if Iron Man, demon in an armor? All right, and put the link in the chat so you can look up what issues you need, what the right stuff is. Let me see. Looks like it's what if? Well, it seems like it's just like a one issue. Wait, where are you? There it is, StreamYard. There you go. All right.
It's the name of Tony Stark in this world. It's a name that is synonymous with greed, cruelty, and a lust for power. I don't covet that. The name of Victor Von Doom is a name for peace, for compassion, and for caring. So no, I'll keep the name Victor Von Doom, and you can spend the rest of your life in prison. And that's where the story ends. Here's the kicker, because I know a lot of you guys are looking at this and you're saying, but the good guy wins, and Tony Stark is Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom's a villain, right? Okay, cool. Imagine that the bad guy wins this story. Imagine it just plays out that way, right? Imagine that like Dr. Doom kills Tony Stark, and Dr. Doom walks away as the head of Stark Industries. Imagine it just goes that way. And that's your basis behind Robert Downey Jr.'s Dr. Doom in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. Hopefully you liked it. If you did, drop a like.
Cool. All right. I'll have to read that myself. It sounds like fun. It's so much fun, like the Rippaverse. Okay, now I gotta look at we gotta look at Old Man Dave. Let me pull up. I saved it. Oh, that's for later. Shit. Fuck, I didn't save the link. Now I gotta look it up. There's Old Man Dave. Go to his media. Uh-oh. Poor student guide. Sorry. Catching up on Rippaverse stuff. All right, here we go. All it would take is Doom properly shielding a suit and game over, Tony. Here we go. So this is my first awareness of Ripazine 2.
Rippaverse Comics. Ripazine. And the character this week is Saoirse. Shaorsa. Saoirse. Say Sa or C se 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 sa sa o sa o ers sa o ers sa o ers. Okay. Oh fuck. I didn't think I'd get it. Sa o.
Oh my god, I love Old Man Dave. So glad EBS showed his videos like a month or two ago whenever he premiered on Trashcast. Oh shit. All right. You see why it's worth getting ASOM merch, like this hat and the ASOM hat. This stuff, it's oh my god, it's so fun when you try and tell a newbie about, like, you gotta explain what comics game is and be like, all right, so this is Tangent Guy or July, and then he makes a comic off of the same fandom. and then he makes all this shit, and then he can't take it, and then someone reviews it, and then he cries. And then someone goes to his grave. And now we're here with the Rippaverse. Oh, it really does hurt sometimes. It makes for your conversations. It should not be this bad. If you're a comics fan, what are you doing? It's like if you ever think Luke from the EU Dark Empire is bad, Luuke. Just go look at the Rippaverse and Magus Numite and Stefania and Yantony and Yanessa and Yaira and Vassie. Oh shit. I still haven't gone through all the character cards on the Rippaverse website. Oh man, Dave, go follow him. I put his link in the chat. It should be obvious how to say it, but I have no idea how Eric himself says. Well, yeah, Polemuth. Some people forget. God damn, that killed me. Some people forget to primarily appeal to a 6th grade reading level. Yeah, honestly, it's like this guy has no idea. And this is why I like Rippaverse, because it makes me think of certain angles about comics and movies and why they work that Eric just does not get, will not get. No one's going to make anything of value at the Rippaverse. And that's like fun. It's just like, this is the state of it. It's never going to get better. It doesn't matter what writer you get. They're working with Eric's sandbox of fun. So let's look at Eric's premiere of this dog shit. Okay. Nope. I guess I did save the link. Okay, let me see. All right, let me get to this video. So I'm reacting to this fresh. I have no idea what this story is.
Private investigation has changed. Infidelity, background checks. With today's tech, there's no clientele in that anymore, which only leaves the more risky jobs, where snooping around can be fatal. I can hold my own, but a gal can't be an idealist in this business. That'll get you killed.
Oh, fuck. Knowing the track record, every time, it's like with Alpha Core, it's like, in the affluent city of Florspark, it's basically crime-free, but, you know, the occasional except problem. Here is the Alpha Core. He has something like that with Salvage PI, where it's like, you know, oh, Florspark's pretty good, but, you know, you might need something with a little more delicate touch. What? I wonder if the horseman pitch is going to be.
Only a few of us have the LS.
Also, this, like, I don't know, put on porn voice is it's cringe, honestly. Because, like, who is this for? I thought you're making like all ages comics. I don't need that. You know, I prefer adult comics, adult stories. But you need like some kid appeal. Like Punisher is a very brutal adult character. Batman, I would say too. And yet Batman is one of the most iconic characters, not just because he's great and it resonates with adults, but like a kid sees that, it's like, I want to be Batman. Black Widow, even, I think. Some kids would be like, I want to be a Black Widow or the male equivalent. You know, there's something cool about her. She's just a chick hanging out with the super people. Doesn't make for a great long-term storyline, but you can get kind of cool side stories with that. Kind of minimize the grandiosity. Tell a more human story. I don't. What is already? Okay, whatever.
Certification in Flores Park. Sometimes I wonder.
Oh shit! Hold on, cringe. You can't use an Apple computer, so you pair. I don't know. Make something new at that point. Don't just ape fruit Low effort.
in Flores Park. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever run into the others. But with my luck, we'll be forced to meet at opposite ends of the same gig. Wouldn't that be fun?
The pre-order collection for Ripazine issue 2 is now live.
Oh, that's what he tries to do, Barry White. This is what Lady Rippa hears when Eric's like, "Oh, come on, baby. Come on. Open them legs, sugar." Rippa's got a deposit to make.
Which is the first appearance of Saoirse, a 16-page short story by Eric July and Kanan White.
Say by me, Eric July. I don't know. Talking about yourself in third person, even in this quick pitch, it's like, because we know you. I don't know. It's not the end of the world. It's just like, come on. I mean, at least he's leaning into the sex appeal, but he tells people don't loot his characters. So, like, what's the range to have with any of this? And honestly, if you haven't looked at the fan art of ASOM and Yaira, it's really sad. All the ideas people are coming up with like the little bit they got, and mainly just a few images, they come with so much like better ideas, even if it's like tried and true tropes. It's like, fuck.
Folks, I think you're going to really enjoy Saoirse. As I've stated before, I wrote
Saoirse. Saoirse is how you say it. Oh my god. Sigh. Not a dig on comics, just how it was done, and you get some brainiac characters like Beast who have a lot of net worth in there, but talking earlier about the Doom stuff. Yeah, cringe. The Retaliators from DC Comics just called. They want Red Dragon, and yes, the Retaliators are DC's Avengers. Wait, is Jessica in the chat? No, I think he's probably streaming tonight. The parents of Apple is basically just standard practice. No. Yeah, it's one of those like, I get it, but it's so obvious. I don't know. Just make like a whole new wacky brand. So just something that seems unrelated to Apple. Because when you do that, and you're like anti-mainstream, it's like, don't make me think of anything mainstream. I guess that's kind of my point. How the fuck do you get Saoirse out of that name? Exactly. Let me look up the name. Saoirse. Oh, okay. So there's like the chick that played Hannah. That's her name. Saoirse. Irish. I don't know what it is. What it is, I don't know what it is. Why do black people always have to? There's someone made a like meme about that, a TikTok meme where it's like, here's white mothers and the white father like counters like, how about you just name it this? And the Asian mother says like something like, how about you just name it this? And then it's like black woman, I'm gonna name it something qua or something. And then it's like dad is just an open door because there's no dad, so there's no counter. Oh man. Given name. It's an Irish female given name meaning freedom, which became popular in Ireland in the 20s. So it's got 100 years of history, I guess, more or less. Given name. Okay, so it's the first name for everyone that they're showing famous people. Saoirse McCoo, Saoirse Monica Jackson, Saoirse Ronan, Saoirse Noonan. Oh God, that's an ugly bitch. Let me show you this Saoirse. We'll get back to you, Eric. Stay tight. Let's see. I just want to show you this ugly Saoirse. Look at that. There is the real Saoirse. Yikes. All right. Jesus. All right, let's get back to this fucking Rippa video. Luckily, it's only a couple minutes.
2 private investigative stories at the same time, because Salvage was finished first by the art team. That was the short story for the first Ripazine. Now you get to finally learn about Saoirse, who is also a private investigator, but she differs quite a bit from Salvage. Kanan White is our art director, so you've seen a lot of his art, and now you finally get to see him do some interior work. So head over to Rippaverse.com and check out the pre-order collection for Ripazine issue number 2. We have CGC
20,000. Let me find, I think it's Comic Book Dude. Let me see if he's got a counter update. What? Oh wow, that's cool. Fucking rookie. Oh, fuck, what am I looking up? Oh my god, I'm so scatterbrained. Oh, Comic Book Dude. All right. Where do we go? Twitter. All right. Comic Book Dude. Kading? Indie Comic Jones. So you got a Saoirse counter? Come on. He hasn't updated much. Looks like Gading stopped at 290,000. It's going off a cliff. Say Orise. Rippaverse. Let me see if I got any counters on Twitter for this. No results. Okay. Did I spell it wrong? Motherfucker. 50,000 total is an update on Rippaverse 14 hours ago. Let me go to reverse.com and see if I can see where we're at. Let us see. $55,000. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I read like the first paragraph of this earlier. We got to look at this. Okay.
signature series copies and a poster alongside both covers of the book. I've got a feeling that Saoirse will end up being one of your favorite Rippaverse characters. And that's the point of the Rippazine, to test the market out and see if we should invest in longer format. Our next big release.
I don't mind this idea of the Ripazine as like a testing ground, lower effort pitches. You know, that's kind of Marvel with, I don't know about DC history, but Marvel has the Marvel Spotlights where Ghost Rider came from, for instance. So it's a fine idea. It's just a bad company pitching bad ideas. So and now what, Eric? Grab that cash. Yo, we heard you like variants, so we out some variants in your variants. Oh, we put some variants in your variants.
Release is the highly anticipated book, The Horseman, Welcome to Flores Park by Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett. And in this issue of the Ripazine, you'll get to see the previews of that book.
Woo!
As always,
Horseman
thanks to you
previews.
all for being customers.
Yeah. Woo-hoo!
Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited. That was awesome. All right, let me present this. Ripazine. All right, here's the description on the page. It's at 55,000. We'll see where we're at tomorrow. Affluence doesn't inoculate a city from crime of any fashion. This word salad. You're trying to pitch. Oh man, it's so frustrating. I'm no fucking scholar. I don't know. I'm half black, so you might call me that. I don't know with the verbiage today. But I was in a very interesting class that definitely helped form the way I would write essay videos. Whatever I wrote, I would just like throw everything out on paper or type it out. But this class I was in, very interesting because most colleges like, hey, you got to write an 8-page essay. So that's where you get Mary Sue kind of articles, Huffington Post and shit. Is math racist? You know, it's from this like indoctrination camps of just overcomplicate word salad. Like they totally miss the point of like the Greek background in education of like, you're always trying to like meme ideas simply that like the lowest common denominator can understand complex issues. You're always trying to dumb down ideas for simplicity to help more people understand, not to limit understanding. Anyway, this class I was in, instead of having like those ridiculous page counts, they're like, hey, you can only do 2.5 pages, including your sources. That's really hard to write, actually. It's way harder to write a condensed essay versus free form. Oh, at least 8 pages. I actually wrote like 12. That, you know, and so you start learning like looking up simpler words, looking up synonyms and stuff, simpler adjectives to explain a description, a sentiment. It's very useful. It's a very useful angle to counter the trend in college. So that's always stuck with me. So I read this sentence and I'm like instantly like, nope. If he tried to pitch this to Hollywood, they'd be like, get the fuck out. It's like it should just be like I don't know. Whatever term you want to use for like an advanced city, a wealthy city. Doesn't wealth doesn't elude crime. I don't know, something simple instead of this overcomplicated shit. We're still reading on in the sentence. In many cases, it only acts as a veneer to a seedier underground network of crime and denizens attempts to turn a blind eye to. Like that was a paragraph that you should have. It should be no longer than the top line. In such cities, even those with a superpowered wing of the police force, kicking in a door or busting down a wall isn't always the answer. Sometimes a more subdued approach is called for. With razor precision, Saoirse is that approach. Meticulous within her profession and master at her craft, LF I don't know what that means. Certified private investigator and femme fatale, Saoirse is contracted to scope out the opulent party of local fluorspar crime lord Mondo Machine and ascertain as much as she can about his latest business dealings. But to make it out of the ostentatious mansion alive, I don't know, say fortified? Let me look up ostentatious to see exactly what the definition is. Ostentatious. Characterized by vulgar or pretentious display, designed to impress or to attract noise. Just say impressive. It's like the Tosca sisters love repeatedly saying rebellious, recalcitrant. And I looked up recalcitrant. It means rebel. So they're just saying rebellious rebel. No wonder they don't work at Marvel. But to make it out of the ostentatious mansion alive, Saoirse will be forced to leverage her deadly beauty, precision, and cunning, and martial skills. Fluorspar, Texas continues to show that not everything is what it seems in this PI thriller written by Eric July. I like how he tags his own work, like I say he should do with everyone that works for him, and their history. ASOM, it's known for ASOM and so much. Masterfully drawn by Rippaverse art director Kanye White and brought to vibrant life with colors by Wilson Go. Yeah, see, this is what he did in Good Ink Pitch, where it's like, oh, the illustrious this and that, and the blah blah blah, this person, and whoa, the Titan, blah blah blah, Mike Barron. Yeah, just say written by, drawn by, colored by, inked by. Just fucking. What is this fluffing yourself? Like, it's one thing if some, like, I don't know, fucking Renown made an article for Fandom Pulse, John Dilrose, and fluffed you. It's another thing to, like, as far as we're concerned, you're writing all this. Parental advisory. Saoirse contains suggestive and mature things that may not be suitable for a younger audience. Parental discretion is advised. You got 46 days left to get the collection. What's the difference in the collector's edition? It's probably just the better cover. It's upping it more than 100% just because of the cover. Like, dude, you only go to a comic store, man. Like, a comic's $5. A limited cover is like 10, more limited is like 20, 25, super is like 50 to 100, CGC is like 100, 150. I don't know, man. Like, tier this stuff better. Oh, I wonder if we're gonna get recipes again. I heard that there's recipes in the. I haven't got my copy of the Ripazine one yet. It's coming. Should be here tomorrow. Actually, while y'all are here, let me check. Mail. Where would my Rippaverse updates be? It's probably in this account. All right, let me track this shit. Saying it's going to be here between 10 and 2 p.m. All right. Best be getting scared, Rippetards. I'm going to review more dog shit. Let me check in with y'all. Whoa, got a member. Wow, awesome. I had something go on my computer, so I've lost a lot of clips I wanted to use. So, let me see. Let's see where we're at. Did he hire an editor, or should I say, did he hire an editor with a spine? Being rich doesn't make you immune to crime. Who said that it did? Exactly. The editor is a first line of defense for the consumer. And we got Red joining as a member. I'm assuming it's the cow level. Thank you. At least you don't hate me, unlike everyone else. Why would people hate you, Red? Let me know. And thank you for the $2. Let me get you a little stingery do. No, Karen. Wonder if Karen's in the chat. There we go.
You are a hoe ass nigga.
Oh, thank you for that. She is Saoirse for a better name. Oh my god. All right, here is let's read the description from the collector's edition of the Ripazine. Backed by popular demand from Rippaverse Publishing is Ripazine number 2. This magazine is a perfect entry point for those just learning about Rippaverse comics with book reviews of our latest releases, or for seasoned fans who wish to dive into the lore of our ever-expanding comic book universe. The Ripazine is a collaborative effort between the many creatives here at Rippaverse Publishing. And with a rapidly growing cast of characters and creators in our stable, we feel there's something within these pages for everyone. There are in-universe articles and observations from the perspective of some of our characters, interviews with characters and creators, and more. The collector's edition cover for Ripazine 2 has a metallic treatment, features art of our newest femme fatale, Saoirse by Kenny White. The purpose of the Ripazine is to bring the fun back to being a comic fan. The zine is bursting at the seams. There are 50 pages of content from cover to cover. Kenny White, one of the best artists the comic industry has ever seen. I think he's pretty good. I don't know of interior work what he's done. Brings his master craftsman skills. That just seems wrong. Might be completely right. It's just like Is that right? To captivate your eyes with his beautiful illustrations throughout the book, and even share some of his tricks of the trade with you in this featured art tutorial. Fuck, man! Like, look at, I still got all this shit to read. Like, just have like one paragraph that looks like the second paragraph, like something nice and concise, that can be bolder letters. That's your pitch paragraph, and then we get a description. The pitch, like, describe the, like, there's the fucking gist. Hey, we got a new short story, new character, and a bunch of other crap. Then we can read all this. Purpose of Rosine is to bring back the fun. He's also going to show us the tricks of the art tutorial. Rosine fans had a strong response to Rosine's short story Salvage PI, written by Eric July and illustrated by Bart Sears. Eric has teamed up with the Rippaverse art director to introduce another new character to the Rippaverse, the beautiful femme fatale, Saoirse, and yet another brand new original short story. Saoirse is 16 pages of gorgeous cane and white artwork colored by Wilson Go with a let me look this up. Wilson Go. Artist. All right, so comic book artist at Art of Wilson Go. Studied. Let me look at his deviant art. So I want to see if this. All right, this looks like a comic guy. Huh. Let me see. Has he got links? Looks like he's from the Philippines, if this is the same guy. His favorite game is Ragnarok. I'm assuming it's God of War Ragnarok. I don't know. I don't know exactly how to judge colorists because he's coloring different art, so I don't know. You know, it looks fine. Whatever. Sorry, I didn't. Who hates you? Says Dragonfun. Yeah, tell us, Red. What's going on? Was the cheating thing real? You're saying in Tony's chat. I'm assuming you're the same guy. Let us know. We're interested. All right, back to the Ripazine. Where is it? Wilson Go. If you want to learn more about Saoirse, you have to get your hands on Ripazine 2. Ripazine is a great opportunity and proving ground for new characters, and we think you'll love Saoirse. What reversements will we see from a bird's eye view this time? Fans of our feathered friends are in for a treat with the return of the Pigeonverse strip. Fuck. They're really running with the dumbest shit. Like, just the fucking seal clapping these people is just like, it's really irritating. It's like, oh, hamster, oh, pigeon, like the Rippaverse fandom feels like the seal clapping. Was it Adam Sessler G4 with fucking Frosk? I don't know if you remember that seal clap. That's what this fandom feels like. It's really disservice to Eric. Everyone head patting him all the time. Oh, okay. Rippaverse writers, editors, lore masters, the Tosca sisters interview a titan in the YouTube sphere of the man of 1 million subscribers, Nerdrotic, for our Ripazine readers. In his interview, Gary speaks at length about his comic journey and his foray into YouTube. Nerdrotic also regales the readers with insight into some of his lesser-known hobbies, chilling tales, and heartfelt advice while struggling with addiction. Oh, boy. Just what every kid wants. A Ripazine article from Nerdrotic about being sober from meth. Ooh, yes. Just write a fucking book, Nerdrotic. Like, that'd be an easy fucking sell. Get like Daily Wire to publish it somehow. I don't know. Lillian Renashi and Michael Copper, the devilish villain duo of the Rippaverse, grace our readers with their presence and return of their gossip and gentleman's tips segments. Lillian leverages the inside scoop she receives from her circles and will spill some tea into any ears willing to sit with her on many of Floor Spark's denizens. Fuck, just the run-on sentences, man. Michael walks a path far from that of the angels and is more than happy to spread chaos with his advice in navigating the world. The advice of these cruel villains may not be what you want to follow, but knowledge is power, and insight into the personalities and intentions couldn't hurt. Taste buds and civics alike know that nothing can compare with a lovingly made home-cooked meal. The recipe in this issue's edition of Harriet's Kitchen. Who the fuck's Harriet? I was literally waiting to read Harriet Tubman. No exception is sure to bring yet another delectable delight to your senses. Good evening, the polemoth is Mike Barron and Wilcon Smash It solo out for the Floor Spark Genius Inventor and entrepreneur Cato Gooding. He's the person of interest for this issue's character spotlight. In this segment, you'll get insight into the self-made man, be treated to a stunning illustration by Kane White and colored by Yaira Colors J. Brown. Let's see. It also previews the first several pages for 2 books, Gooding, the Polemoth. And, see, they're roping in. Gooding is already out now, coming to breeders, because no one bought it effectively, compared to those other shit. Hey, man, I think you missed buying my other comic, man. You got to buy that one, too, in case you forgot. Here's it in your Rippazine. I'm going to make you read it. But we're also getting Horseman, Welcome to Floor Spark by Chuck Dixon and Joe Bennett. See this little thing here, these plot points, these bullet points. This should be at the top. I shouldn't have to go through this whole thing, this fucking nightmare description, and then get here. Like, this should be the start. It's literally ass backwards. It's frustrating to read this shit sometimes. Everyone in Tony and Aaron World Order's chat say all hate me. Who the fuck's Aaron World Order? Yes, I was cheating on. She chose a goddamn DJ over me. Wait, did LG steal your girl? Is that what you're telling me? Tell me Homeless Larry stole your girl? Oh, man. We got a lot of praying to do. But thankfully, you're here at ASOM, the Angus School of Ministry. We're here to help. We're here to help. All right. I'm going to take a pause from the Rippaverse shit. So I got to talk about Handmaid's Tale, especially because I don't know if Ricky's going to pop in or not. Let me check. What's going on? Physical media show. Yeah, they're still live. Fanzine Tom, this runner guy. Sure. This works out perfect, actually, because I don't want to spoil too much of Handmaid's Tale for Rookie, because we're going to be watching it over time. I feel like once we get season 3, we're going to start like burning through the show. I fucking loved it. No, not Homeless Larry. He lives nowhere near me. So you got to laugh. I hope just conflate the DJ with Larry, and that'll make it an easier pill to swallow. If she fell for that guy. Clearly not worth it. You gotta, even if you're lying to yourself, even if he's like fucking Giga Chad DJ, just meme him as, it's like Waterboy, it's like envision the opposition, then attack. Okay, yeah, let me pull up this. Stop sharing that. Get rid of here and here. Present. All right, so The Handmaid's Tale, if you don't know, just read this blurb. American dystopian TV series created by Bruce Miller, based on the 1985 novel by Margaret Atwood. Series ordered by streaming service as a straight series, order of 10 episodes. Started in 2016. Plot features a dystopia following a second American Civil War. They're in a theonomic totalitarian society, subjects fertile women called handmaids to childbearing slavery. Let's see, it's won 8 Emmys for 13 nominations. All right, so here's the plot. In a world where fertility rates have collapsed as a result of sexually transmitted diseases and environmental pollution, the totalitarian theonomic government of Gilead has established its rule in the former U.S. in the aftermath of a civil war. Society is organized by power-hungry leaders along with a new militarized hierarchical regime of religious fanaticism, newly created social classes in which women are brutally subjugated. By law, women in Gilead are forced to work in very limited roles, including some as natal slaves. They are not allowed to own property, have careers, handle money, or read. Worldwide, infertility has led to the enslavement of fertile women in Gilead. Worldwide infertility. Sorry, I read that cadence wrong. In Gilead, determined by the new regime to be fallen women, citing an extremist interpretation of the biblical account of Bela. These women often include those who've entered marriages following divorce, termed adulteresses, as divorce is not recognized under Gileadian law. Single or unmarried mothers, lesbians, homosexuals being termed gender traitors, non-Christians, adherents of Christian denominations other than the sons of Jacob, political dissidents, and academics. These women, called handmaids, are assigned to the homes of the ruling elite, where they must submit to ritualized rape, referred to as a ceremony by their male masters or commanders, in the presence of their wives with the intent of being impregnated and bearing children for them. Handmaids are given names created by the addition of the prefix "off" to the first name of the man who has them. When they are transferred, their names are changed. Along with the handmaids, much of society is now grouped into classes that dictate their freedoms and duties. Women are divided into a small range of social categories, each one signified by a plain dress in a specific color. A handmaid's outfit consists of a long red dress, a red cloak, heavy brown boots, and a white coif with a larger white bonnet known as wings to be worn outside, which conceals her from the public view and restricts her vision. June Osborne, renamed Offred, is a handmaid assigned to the home of the Gileadian commander, Fred Waterford, and his wife, Serena Joy. The Waterfords, key players in the formation and rise of Gilead, struggle with the realities of the society they helped create during the time before June was married to Luke and had a daughter, Hannah. At the beginning of the story, while attempting to flee Gilead with her husband and daughter, June was captured and forced to become a handmaid because of the adultery she and her husband committed. June's daughter... Yes, if you don't know the adultery, her husband remarried. She was a homewrecker and he got divorced to marry her. So that is the adultery. And unless they're like Catholic and annulling it, that would fit with like the Jesus view of things, with him defining adultery as, remarriage. Non like widow or widower based remarriage, being specific. June's daughter was taken and given to an upper class family to raise, and her husband escaped into Canada. Much of the plot revolves around June's desire to be reunited with her husband and daughter, and the internal evolution of her strength to a somewhat darker version. Yeah. So that is like the gist to start the show. I'll catch up with y'all really quick. Now, okay, so let me see if I can find it. Handmaid's Tale graphic novel. This is what started it all. I was at the library and I saw the title from the side. It just stood out because it's very like simple, clear title. I'm like, I heard about this. Like, isn't this like a woke show? So I started reading the graphic novel, and I'm like, all right, it's kind of like feminist angled, the sentiment. I was expecting to laugh at it. And then I'm like, let me check out the show. And then it's like, fuck, okay, this show's pretty smart. And I just couldn't stop watching it. It was really good. I can't wait for season 6. They've got so many threads. Again, this is like Breaking Bad, Game of Thrones, House of Dragon. Right underneath it, I would say. My TV viewing experience, Handmaid's Tale is like fucking up there. I really appreciate it because it's a show that you're seeing, abused women, mainly one character, Offred, and then her cohort she's in Boston, navigating. It's just really interesting because she's got to be seated by this guy, at least attempted every month, probably 3 times a month with ovulation. And she's trying to figure out how to escape, but like it's such a like 1984 kind of world that breeds paranoia that you can't trust anyone. You never know who is an eye, which is like spies in the ranks of the common people to report back. Usually the spies are assigned to commanders to fucking tattle on, bad guys, I guess, in their view. Or if it could be politically advantageous, I guess you'll tattle, skew things. It's like early in the show, they have the handmaids like execute someone by like just beating him to death. They claim he was a rapist of a handmaid. But once you see more of the show, you understand like, oh, this might have just been a way to get rid of someone who might have like fallen in love with a handmaid. Can't have that. Yeah, it's just very interesting. What's really interesting is like there's very definitely obvious like Third Reich comparisons you can make. But I think there's also like the sympathetic view with that of like, yeah, these people just follow orders because they don't want to die. And so at some point, it's just their job and they're dull to it, even though it's horrendous. And some people, like, even if they're conflicted, they do like power. At least it keeps them out from being like in the colonies digging up, I don't know, nuclear waste or something. Like they get sent to the colonies, it seems there's just some nuclear use of weapons in some places of America. And so I guess they're trying to clean up, but it's like that's where you get kind of an Auschwitz angle with the outcasts of this new society that won't integrate. And what's really interesting is like you see like them playing with this idea of like abused people becoming abusers, and they kind of lean into that very specifically in one episode, season 4, I think. And that's why I'm like, this isn't a feminist show, at least not how we conventionally think about it in the woke watchdogging we do. I really appreciate it. It's really good. They go places. It's all angled to be negative towards the Gilead way. They're like religious fanatics. It's probably obvious abortion commentary you can pull from it. But I think they make a good argument. I'm not for abortion. Didn't convince me to be for it, but you definitely sympathize with why people say they're for it, It's just really good. Great performances by everyone. Like, it's surprisingly towards the end of where I'm at. I'm waiting for the last season. They do have like a little bit of humor with this one guy specifically. But getting back to the Third Reich thing. So society is tiered, especially for the women, which makes me think kind of Sparta. And so you got the wives are in teal, and they're the upper crust, but they really don't have any power either. They could easily be turned into a handmaid or sent to the colonies. We actually see one in the show. She like cheated with someone. They got busted. So now a wife's in the colonies. So anyone's subject to being in the colonies as punishment to like work to death. And then you got Marthas, which are like the servant class women. They're in like gray or really light green. I'm green red colorblind, so I can't quite tell the shade. I just think it's gray. Then you got handmaids, which are in the red. And even though red, especially like think of Islamic world, red's like a bad color, especially on women. They use it because it like stands out so much, so it's like hard to hide a handmaid or her to get away. You're going to notice her first. I want to say people in colonies wear blue, or maybe I feel like they got a color, but I don't know. Oh, and the most interesting class of women is the ants. Don't know why they're called ants, why they made that a title, but the ants are kind of like this like Gestapo training personnel for the handmaids and disciplinary kind of police force for the women. Ultimately, no real punch is going to take place without a man doing it of some rank. But the ants are in a weird place because, like, you see mainly through Aunt Lydia, and you get flashbacks with her a little bit later in the show. She seems to be a religiously devoted person, but she's also like power hungry. And so it's like she gets the perfect blend of like justification religiously for her like cruelty, but ultimately, very obviously through her views, like all this cruelty is worth it because humanity is down to like 20% fertility rate. And over time, this Gilead method is actually working for that goal. You're seeing validity to their extremism. seems to point in the direction like this will have to lighten up at some point. Maybe you actually cure the fertility problem. You know, all the dead weight gets bred out, they die off. So now you just got sexually affluent population. Now you don't need the handmaids. I think that's an interesting concept. I don't know if the sequel is going to touch into that. There's a sequel book called Testaments that I need to get into next as prep for the show, I guess. Because I feel like if this succeeded long term, that you would phase the handmaids out. That would leave questions like what would happen to the ants if you don't need to like legislate and dictate this like special class of women of sex slaves. Is there efficient work actually going to like phase out their own existence? Would you maybe switch the handmaids? Like at some point, they're not going to feel like slaves because there's this whole indoctrination in the society that this is like a special calling. So at some point, you would get a arguably blind population of recruits that are like maybe they seek out like just being a nun, you know, kind of thing. Would this phase out into being just a straight religious order of like nuns for some reason? I'm curious because it feels like if the society maintains its worldview through this specific Sons of Jacob angle, sex to be procreative is like key for everybody. So I feel like everyone just become wives at that point, or as a sort of punishment become Jezebels. That's the other class you don't really see much of. Jezebels are hookers outside of the like normal vicinities of living that the main population are in their sections, their districts. But yeah, I really appreciate the show because the book, Margaret Atwood writing it, she based everything on reality. Nothing having to the women cannot have happened in real life, either in history or current day. The Iran takeover of extremist Islamists was a recent effect at that point. And then you also had like the Christian right with Reagan popping up in America as a political force. So those two things were like really in her head, making this world, this dystopia. I really appreciate, and yeah, the other thing is like, wow, this is like a banned book. That's crazy. Mainly in like southern states. So that figures. Am I sick? Why do you think I'm sick? Let me know. Let's see. No, I'm sorry. Over a year. Well, that sucks. That sucks, Red. Am I sick? Please explain why you think that. Maybe I do sound nasally, but I don't know. I'm nasally from time to time. I'm just kind of used to it. Yeah, that's cool, Ricky. If you're here, you don't need to come here. Okay, so that makes it worse because you have a long history with her. 2016. Fuck, man. I appreciate you hanging out with me. I know Handmaid's Tale is not like an appealing pitch for men, but I consider this a sci-fi because the whole impetus is fertility. It's a sci-fi cause that honestly makes a lot of sense. That people would kind of maybe unwillingly with the whole picture. It's like, wow, they're kind of wackos, but like they're here to like fix the problem. And I don't know. I think, you see the Third Reich pop up, and that is basically really harnessing the sentiments of like economic collapse, people suffering with the depression in the world. And the Third Reich, at least temporarily, like turn things around. So everything's going well. It's like, well, I don't like some of the stuff Hitler's saying, but mainly my pocketbook. And that's actually kind of my worldview of politics. It's like everything should be kind of based on prosperity of people and their income. Everything else is secondary. You're not going to fix any social problems until people feel comfortable with being able to afford like rent and food and fuel, basic necessities. They feel they can actually afford that and have some luxuries in life. Then you can focus on the societal problems, the arguments, abortion, gay rights, whatever. So, I mean, that rap makes a lot of sense. And But if you have something with like fertility, where it's like everyone's just like sterile now because we just are self-indulgent, social media, streaming, video games, all these things that just make us unsocial, make us devote so much time to fake things. That's not productive. Dating has just become hookups, meaningless interactions, ultimately just self-gratifying hedonism. If anyone is indulging in the first place, because we're so antisocial, and STTs that come with that, broken homes that come with that, wandering eyes that come with the new dating system, feminism and its sentiment in the masses of women, kind of passively, that you see with all these clips from TikTok interviews and whatever cast, even if that is kind of a controlled opposition show. I think still has value as like examples, like, well, what's going on with this world right now? I don't know. I just, I think it has like a real, despite the showrunners and actresses like intent to be like a feminist, like, yes, go, like whatever, this story just has so much merit and validity and reality it's based on. It's just, I really appreciate the surprise of this show. You're having like coughing clearing your throat. I don't know. I always have mucus, Dragon, and also I think I was just coughing from the fucking laughing at the Rippaverse pitch for Sorsha. Fuck, it's hard to remember. What's up, Summer Swan? I saw your super duper chat. I said thank you. Let me look it up and properly address you on the stream. Where'd you go? Let's go to the comments. You said for $5, Summer Swan, here's your super chat money back plus a little extra. A for effort at annoying me. So thank you, Summer Swan. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Definitely need your funds. This ministry cannot work without your tithes. You're doing God's work when you super chat this channel, just so you know. Think of it as an indulgence. And this is before Martin Luther's time. You're cheating on, and yet you're the bad guy. Wait, so why? What is the deal with Tony and Aaron's chats? Red, let me know. Let me go back to this wiki page though. Summer Swan, I'm assuming you're Joy. I'm hoping I'm not mixing you up. You're Joy, right? Let me know in the chat. Let me see. I'm trying to find, I think there's like a controversy page about the show or the book. I want to see. Some of this will be like fresh to me. Speculative fiction. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's see. Political response. Okay. There is much debate on whether parallels could be drawn between the series. By extension, the book is based on American society during the presidency of Donald Trump. Comparisons also made to the practices implemented by the Islamic State, such as storing homosexuals from rooftops, as well as policies the Christian Reconstructionist movement of the 70s and 80s that sought to expel females from the workforce. Several protests around the world, especially related to women's rights, have made use of the red Handmaid uniforms from the TV series. A retailer, Yandy, sparked controversy by marketing a sexualized version of the Handmaid costume for Halloween. The retailer subsequently pulled the costume in response to widespread criticism. See, that's what's funny, is like whatever valid points that the libtards could utilize with this piece of media that is like expressive of like ideas or like a springboard for ideas. They want to be sex positive until you like make their shit sexy, and they hate it because it always ends up being like sterile cat lays, and that's why I'm so surprised about how good the show is, because this is just out of the blue. Like, okay, let me check it out. Maybe I'll laugh at like Batwoman. And it's like, fuck, this is great. they really get into like the trauma, and not being like being a dead horse trauma of like I'm a survivor because someone catcalled me. You know, that's one of the cringe parts of Barbie. It's like that the angle they're taking with her like human form, realizing the male gaze and gawking, and the uncomfortability women might feel with that. I guess the ever constant state of awareness that a woman may be dealing with. Wait, block you? What are you talking about? I blocked you? Oh, I guess you're talking about SummerSlam. If I blocked your Twitter, let me know what your Twitter is. Maybe it was just a misinterpretation because I'm a preemptive blocker. So sometimes I get the wrong people. Let me know. Oh, okay. Why did you block me, Summer Swan? Doxing you? I thought people knew your joy. Sorry. Whoops. Oh man. Yeah, I don't. You can DM me if I haven't blocked you, Red. You can DM me on Twitter. Maybe you can like have a private StreamYard chat or something. Maybe you just need someone to vent to. Maybe that'll give you some focus. Wait, the fuck did Jim send me? Oh shit! Okay. Oh wow. Okay. I saw Vex Electronica. Actually, I'm gonna share a clip of her later. Once Ricky comes on, we're gonna discuss her. We're gonna dissect and discard her. We can probably agree. Actually, it's her Deadpool take. If you didn't, go check out our Deadpool reaction stream, spoiler stream. I think we had good commentary. I think everyone's criticism, biggest problem, had a great stream about it. It's got a lot of problems. It's not a great movie narratively. It's fun. You know, I guess it is technically in like the Transformers, that kind of film angle of like, don't think about it. I really hate liking movies like that, but I think it's just like, fucking all right, they took a chance. Now maybe with all the shit that hasn't worked, maybe they'll fucking learn to like be ballsy like this, and you'll win way more than not. Again, Alexander, arguably, my opinion, the greatest man ever on this planet. You know, his whole life was boldness and audacity. And I think that's why Marvel's failed. It's like, it's not even DEI, wokeness, whatever. It's just they're playing safe. Wokeness is safe as far as Hollywood's concerned, as far as entertainment. That's safe. It's ballsy to have Blade say retard in this environment we're in. It's a step in the right direction. So whatever problems there are, I think we should still kind of just embrace Deadpool and Wolverine for like, it's a step towards normalcy with films, blockbusters, you know. Okay. So that ties back into Handmaid's Tale. All right. So Handmaid's Tale, at least in the book, from what I understand, is like basically a racially pure society. Seems like from commentary I've read, they've gotten rid of the Jews. They've sent in everybody to their respective like racially tied countries. So if you're Japanese, you're gonna go to Japan, whatever. If not, just killing you or putting you to work camps to die after they squeeze everything out of you. But yeah, it seems that some Jews made it to Israel through goodwill. That's not really the focus, but yeah, it's like kind of racially pure society or purifying society, it seems. And in the show, it's like drastically obvious. Like in the graphic novel, Moira is like a redhead, and then they have like a boy looking Black Dyke play. I think she's an actual lesbian from Orange is the New Black. She plays Moira, the best friend of June in the show. And I'm just watching, like, Jesus Christ, I cannot escape this fucking wokeness. Like, this is supposed to be like a Nazi regime, and they've still put DEI hires in it. But it's like, I don't like her, but she's good in the role. It's one of those weird castings. And they have characters to be surprised. But yeah, it's weird, like, knowing that angle. It's kind of like Star Wars. The Empire is supposed to be kind of racially pure, supposed to be male exclusive, alien exclusive, or, you know, it's human centric. It's only humans, unless you actually have something of value to help the empire. They just only want like white humans, males. And then Force Awakens, and after they got like women and minorities in the mix of the fascist state remnants of the empire. It makes no sense. But yeah, somehow they make it work. And I guess the idea of the showrunners is like, when this book was made, America was pretty racially pure white, but now it's like 60% are white. We got a huge, almost 50% block of minorities. It would just be impractical, especially with fertility, to like, if you're really devoted to this God idea, you're going to put the racism aside, maybe have more subtle discrimination, and utilize every womb on deck, every womb at hand that's viable. And that's the thing too, it's the viability, the fertility rate is like, it's not just getting pregnant, it's that babies are dying after birth pretty frequently. So it's like successful long-term living infants is like a real pipe dream. I think that would resonate with a lot. I think a lot of people would buy into a regime that wants to fix it instead of just like, oh, freedom, democracy, we'll vote away the problem. I know some people bring up, like, I was talking to Tony about this idea, and he's like, well, there's like in vitro and stuff. Like, yeah, but if you're like a Christian, that's not on the table. Especially if you're more extremist, like, you gotta like have the child properly. So you got this morally questionable, but in the Bible, Rachel and Bila story of like bearing a child as a surrogate. The in Christianity, me being an ex-Catholic, I understand that like how you conceive a child is up there with like the morality of like monogamy in your marriage and being married to have sex. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but yeah, no, it is an instant like, oh, well, people try to in vitro. It's like, that doesn't mean the womb will be viable just because you're harvesting eggs and maybe successfully implanting sperm. I don't know. So it seems like that's not really a factor to consider because, again, it's a extremist Christian state. So there's something, but interesting enough that like they maintain medicine in this world, but it's like male exclusive, of course. Anyone that was academic, anyone that had prestige as a woman, anyone that was valuable as a woman, society does not tolerate it just because of their gender. They kind of disservice themselves in that regard. Like they're just like instant change instead of like a gradual, like pushing them out, not training the next ranks, I think that makes way more of a conflict in the universe, but it's understandable. I don't know. Honestly, I try to like pick the show apart and be like, maybe I got to find someone. I just saw a chat. You follow me on Twitter. Okay. I don't see some response chats unless Angus puts them on screen. I'm such a good rocket. What is that? Is that rocket? Why are you putting rockets in the chat? Please explain yourself. Stop asking me for nudes. No. I mean, you put it out there. Put it on Twitter at, oh, I'm Titan. Lemon scented. It's like, proof? Your name is Red Rocket. Okay. Red Rocket. Huh. Say something on Twitter so I know who you are. I follow a lot of people, man. Where the fuck is Rookie? I am out of the loop. Red Rocket. Okay. Yeah, I'm a silly boy, Red. But yeah, no, Joy, have you watched this show? I was telling Red to hit me up on Twitter. Why do you hate Red, Summer Swan? Fix this now. Unblock Red. He wants to see you. The only thing that sucks about this, like, aspartame free gum, it loses flavor so fucking quick. It's got xylitol. I guess that's good. I've heard that name before. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm just waiting on Joy to tell me if she's seen Handmaid's Tale or if she's interested, especially with her assertions about womanhood or whatever, our fights. Okay. It's causing mayhem for me. Thinking, oh no, my poor chat. What's going on? All right, let's go check out EVS. Let me see. An interesting title. God, this makes the gum. It's you need to get a fresh piece of gum. Try not to slobber. Trash cast. Aha. Okay. That's what I want to look into until Ricky gets here, and we'll see where we go. Oh, he's revisiting that fucking stream. All right, let's see how far back. I'm trying to see what's going on. I like this title. It says Rippaverse collapse. It's Trashcast 94, starring Jeremy Griggs versus the Fandom Menace. I want to know what this is about. All right, CVS is pitching frog stuff. I don't care. Uh-oh. Is that a ripetard in my chat?
Yeah.
Okay, you just added me. Let me check. Didn't you have a okay, yeah, didn't you have a LG picture as your thing earlier? I followed you, Red.
Hello, Red. Hello, Summer Swan. Hello, people. How long into the tracking have we gone? Only 2 hours.
Yeah, I've kind of bounced everywhere. I was just, I actually pretty much just finished up like the kind of synopsis overview, talking about my appreciation of Handmaid's Tale and the universe, the setup, the plot, and kind of the rankings and stuff. Not rankings of like seasons, just like the actual rankings of the universe.
Nice.
Yeah. But we're going to, I literally just pull this up. We're going to start looking into Trashcast. Do you see the title, Rookie?
Today's one? No.
It's called Rippaverse Collapse. It's Trashcast 94, starring Jeremy Griggs versus the Fandom Menace.
Is this in regards to the Zack Snyder thing?
I have no idea. I know he did that like the other day. I haven't watched it at all. Okay, he's like analyzing Dr. Disrespect. Okay, maybe that's what's going on. Maybe Jeremy defended Dr. Disrespect. He tweeted a picture of himself, as you see right here. He tweeted a picture of himself.
He's playing chess. Y'all's playing checkers, I assume is the intention of his tweet.
Yeah, that I wonder how old that like term. Maybe I don't know shit about Dr. Disrespect. I fucking hate gaming shit. It's gay. Following a retard in a mullet wig and a fake mustache. I don't know. Something's wrong with you. Honestly, like of all things you'd be spending your time, like games are meant to be played, and you're wasting your time watching someone else play it, and it's not for a walkthrough. Like that is like some of the most trash media to ever be conceived.
You could be listening to music, you could be listening to an audiobook, you could be consuming other things that are probably more fruitful for the brain.
It's funny, someone replied to his thing, says, so you came here to play a game of chess, huh? Chris Hansen.
Subtlety.
Let's see what this is about.
Underage kids, right? I mean, I say kids, but I mean, I don't know.
Underage adults.
They're underage.
Yeah, generally it seems America's age since like 16, 18. So usually these feds or whatever, they usually trap you with like 1 year under.
Right.
It's like you couldn't have waited 6 months with this fake character.
Gotcha.
Okay, so it's illegal. You get caught doing that, and then somebody said you were trying to meet up with them. I don't know the details of any of this. This is just the stuff that like you admitted to, and so what is this like? you're playing chess while we're playing checkers. Like, is this all a trick? By the way, I
You know
like
what
the
Jeremy
Yak
always
Man
said
there.
back
He
in the
just
day?
he put the so you just came here to
He said that all the time. That's why I'm
He'd say
wondering
it
if
all
he
the
got
time. I'm
that
playing
from him.
chess, y'all playing checkers.
Like Jeremy's a parrot. There's nothing original about Jeremy. Like he'll take a stand on things, but it's usually after it's like safe. Once in a while, he's not moist critical, which I've never fucking watched. I've seen his imagery, but I've never known who the fuck that was. And then it's like, oh, that's the Godslap guy that Comics Explain was boosting because like he doesn't really read
Just
indie
seems
shit.
like an
'cause-
average commentator. Like nothing really.
yeah,
special
everyone
about
is
it,
like he
so.
says nothing. He says the safe stuff all the time, and first time he takes a stand on anything, he takes the worst stand at like, yeah, transing kids is better and acceptable compared to underage marriages.
Oh,
And-
what?
it's his thing. So it's like Sneeko is basically, if you're memeing, he's the pro pedophile. He's Islamic now, so he's taking the pro pedophile stance as far as legalities are concerned, at the least of age. All right, of 18, under 18. All right, that could literally be 17, 364, 23 hours. He's taking the generalized pedophile stance. What's critical is like, oh yeah, I think a 12-year-old, if the parents consent and the kid consents, they can, gender reassign. So Sneako's like, oh, so both parents agree to arranged marriage of underage, under 18. That's not okay, but permanently maiming yourself with hormones and surgery as a child because your parents say yes, that's okay. Like, regardless how you feel about the Sneeko stance, like I think everyone could like gun to my head or Sneeko wins. Like, I mean that's been age old until the last 150 years. Is like common arranged marriages.
It's like you could use statistics of people that had arranged marriages have a better.
The king of rock and roll got with the teenager.
They have a better future compared to people that get their junk cut off when they're young and they end to grow up depressed and kill themselves.
Yeah, I mean, man. Say what you want about a argued event that supposedly happened in World War II. Taking it at face value, all the stats they say are completely accurate.
You mentioned it, peanut butter?
That was actually before World War II. No, peanut. Okay, fuck you.
Peanut
butter
got
popular because of World War II.
Just go forward.
Oh no, you say shit like that, and it's like. Fuck you. Oh, you son of a bitch. I like how Ben Shapiro puts it that why is the suicide rate higher in this demographic than in Auschwitz, which is arguably the worst thing in history. It's like they did not kill themselves as much as these people in the Free Society of America.
It sounds like the setup to a stand-up joke. Hey, you guys ever know why this demographic has a higher suicide rate than this group? Well,
it's like, I mean, he's got a point. Like, please address it, and they just ignore it or be like, "Oh, society makes it." It's like, really?
Because
like,
America is.
Wait, you tell me
Auschwitz.
you're more oppressed than Auschwitz?
Current America is worse than Auschwitz.
I would say that the trans community generally, if they take that stance, is anti-Semitic.
Probably.
They said that about Gina Carano, so.
Oh no, your counter, no.
Yeah. I'll use it when it suits me.
You can't. The Jew counter, no.
It literally is like, oh, so you're telling me you had it.
You
worse
just played
than the
Exodia.
Jews?
Like I can't. You just played Exodia. I can't do anything against that.
What is that? Exodia.
It's if you play all 5 of its parts, it has a leg, 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. And if you summon all 5 of them, or you win. You just win the game. You just played Exodia, and it's like I don't have a counter. You won.
Whoa! Red gifted 5 memberships. Fuck!
Whoa.
Thanks, man. I mean, you don't. No one has to, but again, I'm trying to run a ministry here, the ASOM, the Angus School of Ministry, in Detracting. So every cent goes to the worthy cause of my wallet. just like the Lord and God's will, honestly.
Yeah.
All right, my kids for the chat. Oh boy, more trash cast. Yeah, I'm excited. I've not really engaged trash cast in the last like month. Let's see. Yeah, you just add me. 27FS. Yeah. I'm not against parenthood, Angus. I'm only against it for me. And I'm very pro like well, see, that's why you should either go to the colonies or the wall in the Handmaid's Tale. I mean, maybe you become an ant and then you're like beating the handmaids into submission. So then you're being a mother, to society. Oh wow. Okay. Just a little tangent with that. Because I grew up Catholic, and so because my wacko parents, like I was stuck watching fucking almost every day. Every day I would dread fucking the rosary. Most average Catholics don't make their kids do the fucking rosary every day, but because it's on EWTN, fucking mother, not Teresa, but this fucking ugly bitch nun. I can't remember her fucking name right now. Let me look at EWTN. EWTN.
I have no idea.
None.
What's up, Peculiar Chow?
Mother Angelica, that fucking bitch. Let me show you her fucking face. Stupid cunt.
I read he sent another 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. I read that as gifted 5 black memberships.
Sorry, I'm trying to take this fucking. I don't know what's. My mouse is working, so I don't know. Okay, sometimes my chat freezes, like me clicking on it. Sorry.
Yep.
Let me stop sharing that. Let me share.
It's all good.
Let me share this.
Yeah, people that don't have membership things accepted to be turned on, then it won't go on unless got it turned down.
And this is Mother Teresa or Mother Angelica.
Oh Lord, you mean Mother? What in the effing fuck is up with that face? Like Jesus.
Yeah, so it's like you'd watch.
Lord done curse this lady.
Let's see, Mother Angelica Rosary.
Sure, that's a woman.
Yeah, so one of the things I liked was trying to find the hot nuns in the crowd of nuns praying. That was something that kind of like dulled my mind from the mundaneness of my fucking parents in the room were praying a stupid fucking rosary. There was like a couple. I'm like, ooh, that nun could get it.
I was about to say, what the nuns are showing so far, I can see why their ovaries are too infertile. They can't.
Let me see.
They're old bags.
It's like this appears to be her like second in command, because it seems that the white topped nuns, those are probably novices. They're probably the fresh meat recruits. But yeah, this like I'm assuming second in command, seated at the left of Mother Angelica. She's just guessing from her face, I'm guessing MILF GILF, potential there. I could do it. Make her a handmaid.
For humanity,
But yeah, I'd have to watch that shit all the time. And it was just fucking drudgery. Don't know what brought that up exactly, but Red, thank you for the memberships.
Cyberfrog says, hippity hoppity, get off of my property.
Hippity hoppity, get off of my property. Whee!
I'm waiting for Papa Cotton to ever pop in so I can play on this clip.
Oh, my lucky stars, a Negro.
That joke has history, man. That's nostalgic.
I fucking...
Oh, my lucky stars.
Oh, yeah, I used that in my Captain Marvel opening, didn't I?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to upload that to Rumble. I'm gonna have to make a Rumble channel.
Well, I loved it because we had it where Captain Marvel says that, like, "Oh my lucky stars! Wow, a black person! Wow, gee whiz! Wow!"
Oh god! See, now I
men.
feel guilty, but at least you're doing the Lord's work, helping the ASOM ministry. Hopefully that eases your pain.
We'll try to help you feel not so depressed.
Yeah. I'm not black. I even sent someone a picture of my arm to prove it. I mean, I'm half black, and like I'm like, aside from like my arms and face and like my, I guess you call them forelegs. What do you call, like, you got 4 arms and then you have, what is this, just the arm? I was asking Ricky this. There's only 2 parts. Unlike
your arm and then the forearm, like,
right, but where's the aft arm?
They haven't invented that yet, or they forgot that piece when they were putting us together.
See what I mean? Like,
yeah, I'm not black.
Okay, thanks.
Just so you know, I had to make sure we were clear, like my skin.
Let me see. I don't need to spend money on a woman now since she cheated. The money I would have used for her could be better used here instead. Yeah, I mean,
see, he says he's not black, but now I'm going to read his chats as if he is black. The money I would have used for her could be better used here instead.
No, you got to be more angry. I don't need to spend money on a woman now since she cheated. The money I would have used for her could be better used here instead.
Yeah, better black voice than I do.
Gotta be angry.
Yeah, my mom's
you gotta always think fucking white people.
Yeah,
that's how you gotta think. Oh, you see my new statue, Rookie?
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
It's a Fathom from Michael Turner. I read into Fathom. Apparently there was a movie in the works. They were going to have Megan Fox as her, and she was actually a big Fathom fan. So like she would have been like, it'd been like a Harley Quinn or Hugh Jackman as Wolverine. Like it would have been like an invested casting.
Whoa. So
it's like, fuck what we could have gotten.
I don't talk like that. He says.
I don't talk like that. Keely Chow, you are a hoe ass nigga.
Keely Chow. Keely Ching Chow. I'll be right back. You can play the video if you want to. I'll be right back.
You're in this fucking Rippaverse. Okay, we'll get back to fucking EBS. I'm irritating myself. I can't remember why I brought up fucking Mother Teresa, or fucking Mother Angelica. I think she finally died recently. Thank God. Fucking awful time in my life as a kid having to pray the fucking rosary of that bitch. And there's like 3 or 4 different versions, depending. It's like the sorrowful mysteries, the joyful mysteries, the so-so mysteries. Let me look that up actually. Rosary mysteries of the Rosary. Catholic online. Okay, it's the joyful, sorrowful, the glorious, and the luminous mysteries. Kind of intersects with the 14 stations of the cross, but I'll inform Ricky of that later. There we go. All right, some more trash.
Play a game of chess, huh? That's Chris, whatever his name is, To Catch a Predator. And then, yeah, it's like there's all kinds of weird connotations to this. For one thing, like the camera is in a position of a child. You can see the child's head is really low to the table while he is, so that's a little kid, little kid's POV, and the kid is playing checkers while the you would think a manipulative adult is playing chess. I don't understand. Yeah, Chris Hansen, thank you. Yeah, I don't understand why he posted this for the life of me. Like, how are you playing chess?
You know what this is, EVS? This is the trap Vito fell into. It's like, yeah, my 12-year-old girlfriend tweeted that. I really think Dr. Disrespect's like, okay, yeah, I'm a pedophile. Like, I really think this is what this tweet is. But you were actually busted by Twitch pulling a Chris Hansen. So it's like, this is not the route you fucking take. Just get off the internet. Just rebrand yourself. Just go into hiding and make a faceless account and rebuild.
Yes, you're being called a pedophile. How are you playing a game of chess against us? I don't get it. I mean, Dr. Disrespect, I've never really watched his, you know, his stuff. But so I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are really like, you know, they infatuated with him. They really like him. For example, as heel versus babyface cosplayed as Dr. Disrespect on at least one occasion. I was there. I was on Friday Night Tights. It was like a Halloween special, and he was cosplaying as Doctor. I didn't know who it was. I was like, "Who are you? Like gay Super Mario? Like I don't understand what your costume is." I didn't know who Dr. Disrespect was, but Az does. Az I think Az takes a lot of inspiration from what I hear. Az takes a lot of inspiration from Dr. Disrespect. Maybe a little too much inspiration from Dr. Disrespect. That's what I understand. Somebody sent me the link to that, by the way. The video of me sitting there with Friday Night Tights and Az dressed like Dr. Disrespect. Enrique the Squirrel says in his last video, the quartering called Dr. Disrespect based. Man, I don't get it. I really don't get it. But listen, I'm playing checkers and he's playing chess. You know, it's pretty clear that he's doing all kinds of stuff. He's playing 8D chess underwater and upside down. Meanwhile, I'm flipping tiddlywinks. I have no idea. But let me know the eventual benefits to being caught macking on how old was this person? 15? I don't know. And getting called out and losing all your sponsorships. Eventually, let me know how that goes for you. Crazy, man. I don't get it. I don't understand the internet sometimes, guys. I'm all alone out here. All right. So there's this. And thank you, guys. This guy goes, you sound like the leftist that got him canceled in the first place. Sit this one down. Good. I hope I do. Nobody's ever said that. You know, most of the time, people are sitting there telling me that, like, I'm promoting Vito. And Vito is a pedo. And then I'm sweeping for Vito or whatever they say. I like the guy who's like, you know what? It sounds like you're the guy canceling the guy being accused of pedophilia. Like, thanks. That's a nice little change of pace. Here in the Steadfast says there's actually very little info about this. She was 17. He most likely didn't know her age at the time. Didn't he say that he knew? Could be wrong. Let me see here. So anyway, there's this. Dr. Disrespect, you're playing Tiddlywinks and I'm playing Diddlywinks. Well, that's Mike Partique. Diddly Twinks, he said. Hold on, I didn't give.
That is good. Fucking Mike. You got him. Mother Teresa looking up at us right now. Oh, she's arguably bitch is burning in hell because you know, of course, like the Christian side is gonna, you know, sweep for Mother Teresa, but whether there's like a real good intent, it seems like the angle was to prey upon the poor of Calcutta to swindle them into conversion for the benefit of charity in their destitution. It seems like it was an advantageous initiative. Wasn't pure of spirit, arguably. And you know, if you're talking about pragmatism for like a regime, that makes sense. But it's like you're supposed to be doing the Lord's work, and it's all supposed to be like free will and free spirit. You accept Jesus in your life. There's no like manipulation. You don't manipulate people to follow Christ. You know, that's dirty shit. That's why the Reformation happened in the first place and deteriorated the Catholic Church in Europe and made the nightmare of the Reformation. You know, it's like, I'm not Christian, or it's like I definitely tell the Reformation was not a benefit for humanity. And so, oh man, you know, it's like, wouldn't whoever's playing checkers have the advantage? I don't know. I don't know how that would work. The Ackman's tweet. Yes, exactly. Mother Teresa died a long time ago, says Summer Swan. Oh, earlier, you're talking about motherhood. Where did it go? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I question being pro-life every day now. You know, because it's like, yeah, Planned Parenthood started with like, you know, racist initiative controlling the minority masses, keeping them in check. You need a workforce, but you want to manage their numbers. It's all like related to eugenics. Eugenics is not a bad word, but it's got the negative connotation of the Third Reich in Germany. So it's always a stained word, unfortunately, in conversation. But eugenics is not good or bad. It's just like women are eugenicists every day. But no, like I saw this video, I think I shared it, where it's like this girl's like born with, I guess, like no musculature. So like she's got like a just weird head. Looks like she's got a breathing tube from birth. Her legs are fucked. And they're having to like just like move around like a doll, trying to get her any strength build up. And it's like, I don't know. I don't think the cruelty of her having to exist to maybe one day be somewhat efficient to like use a wheelchair on her own or
I'm a
fucking
Helen Keller or some shit.
no, there's this video of this little girl where like the mom, I'm assuming the mom is like putting in all sorts like help train her body in this like rehab. And it's like a little like baby. It's like 2-year-old. And it's like, I don't.
So like a bunch of medical deficiencies.
Yeah. I don't know what the condition is, but it's horrible. Like it's like she was born as Christopher Reeves, basically, after his horse, you know? And it's like, I don't, you know, generally I can be like, yeah, Down syndrome, like mental, like you're not a person, you know, you're like in a dog state of existence. I think it's cruel to let you exist and be subject to whoever your parents are or the state or whatever. Like,
I don't know. I get where you're coming from on it, but I feel like it's the kind of thing of there's only one life to exist anyway. So if you can give
so
them
you're being
an
very
existence,
pro-life.
then go ahead.
No, yeah, I get it can be a very slippery, like, you know, again, I don't use religion to argue against abortion. I just look at China and it's like, yeah, don't let the state get involved with abortion. Like, it's better for everybody. Yeah, you might force pregnancy on people, but it's way better overall outcome than China.
It's one of those things where you and I discuss where like I have an opinion on something, but you'll bring up like an overarching thing, and I'm like, well, I guess I'd suspend my beliefs for that. Like,
yeah. And
yeah, so
you know, it's like generally I leave it to like if you're born with like a shrunken head, you're a fucking potato. Your mom's putting pictures or videos on TikTok, be like, you're just the most beautiful baby. It's like, no, like it totally makes sense. The mom would be deluded and just cherish her offspring. But it's like, yeah, I think like the state should be involved to like it's like unnecessary. What's the like constitutional thing? Like cruel and unusual punishment. I think allowing a person to exist in that state is cruelty. And I think it should be
something like that. Yeah.
You know, it's like I kind of take exception with the pro-life in those cases. It's like I see like just obviously born retarded people. I'm like, you're not a person. You're in some sort of dog state of
See, nowadays it's hard to tell who's born retarded because so many people are so stupid. It's like, God, I don't know if you're
you know, I see that, you know, because I had my stepdad, he was brain injured, and I see the difference in his eyes that like he's way more functioning, you know, and it's like his life's kind of robbed from him from an accident. That's different. But like born that way, like
see, now you sound like Jimmy from South Park, who's like, you know, we need to make a crew where only the people that were born crippled can go, not people that came crippled later in life. You know? The Bloods came crippled later. What are the Crips?
Yeah, no, normally people try to use the rape incest argument. It's like that is less than 1%, so it doesn't even count. And even with the like restrictions in red states, they still allow for that. So that's not an argument to about like Roe v. Wade. But I see this kind of stuff, and I'm like, that like this, it's, you know, you're letting the possessiveness of a mother overrule like cruelty to a child existing. And so then it's like, I don't know if I'm pro-life.
Well, it's the kind of thing too where you've seen it where like mothers will forcibly make their children ill to be their dependent all the time or something. Like, okay, at that point, that's when the mother should be.
Post-birth abortion. There's no such thing as murder.
They did that in South Park too. When Eric's mom was looking to adopt her kid, but she kept on saying an abortion, trying to change the law. She's like, "Can I abort my 8-year-old child?" You're like, "Yeah, sure." She has sex with Bill Clinton. He's like, "All right, I'll move to have that approved, so you can abort your 8-year-old baby." It's like, "Oh no, not abort. What's the other A word? Adoption? That's right."
Oh, whoops! I mixed up. Like we made all these laws.
Oh, geez. And then she's like, "I'll just go talk." And she's like, "Just forget about it. I'll just go talk to him."
But no, it's like I don't know. Like it really, like I see this in the world, and it like really pisses me off. Where it's like we allow the possessiveness, the understandable possessiveness of mothers overrule like human decency, in my view. I think it's cruel. And don't get me wrong, I see like cute Down syndrome baby videos and how happy and innocent and pure they are because they're retarded. So there's just a lack of ability to ever.
They have use in Midsummer.
You got me there. I mean,
I'm kind of joking, but they do have them be like oracles essentially in their
yeah. No, I
societies,
actually like that idea of like, oh no, we purposely breed retarded children because they're so pure and they're pure idiots. So like whatever they're going to like delineate is clearly from God. And that puts like a new wrinkle. I wonder if that was like a purposeful dig at religion that he made that narrative. It's like, oh yeah, just retarded people made religion.
That'd be pretty funny.
And no one picked up on
the
it.
movie. I didn't like the movie, but I'd like it a little bit more if that was an intentional move.
I fucking love that movie, but I really, I legitimately, if you've ever seen Midsummer, people, I really love the idea of offing yourself for like making room for the next generation and not being selfish. It might seem drastic, but then they compare it to like nursing homes.
They do that concept in a lot of sci-fi stuff all the time. Stargate, they like, sometimes, okay, you have a force field that'll protect you. That's this, like it only goes so far and will last so long. So in order to keep you guys from expanding, when you're 35, you got to go to make room for the younger ones. But I know what you're saying too. Like but before you get too old to be useless and need to use more resources to keep you alive, that's what you're referring to.
But yeah, I wanted to properly address that conversation with Summer Swan, where it's like, oh no, it's actually way more complex for myself. But no, it's like I'm definitely against like the weirdo abortionists, where it's like a pregnant woman writes on her belly, "Still not human" or something like that. It's like, why are we allowing you to have children? Like that's fucking warped.
Right. I hope that Summer Swan's probably learned by now that when Angus says something like in a tweet or like just says something, there's a lot of layers that could go under.
Yeah, no, that tweet about the cat in the fire, it's like I'm purposely kind of being crass, trying to instigate like conversation or whatever. But like legitimately, I'm like, right, how does this guy feel about people? Like there's something deranged in our society when we're just all like, oh, he loves his kitty cat. And it's like, I don't know. I don't think he's like, yeah, it's like, oh, thank God, my cat's alive. Cool. But it's like, again, it's like Hitler is above cats.
Think about it this way, Angus. Coco the gorilla was not above caring for a kitty cat when they died. Mourned their deaths.
Yeah, we're talking about an animal that's like, gorilla's weird because like there's some sentience compared to the rest of, it's like clearly a cat's below a gorilla, but then gorilla's below a person, Yeah,
and it felt, sorry for the kitty.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like the gorilla example is weird because like I use the example of the brother gorillas in this documentary where like clearly there's a sentience that's beyond instinct and beyond like sexual arousal or anything like that, because it evolutionarily makes if like animals are just tuned in the wild to survive, mourning your dead, starving yourself in mourning, picking the flies off your obviously dead father, grooming him to it's like they're mourning and they've gone kind of like mental in their grief. They're not processing it logically. It's like there's something there. I don't know to what degree, but like that's towards like human intelligence, where it's like that is illogic. Having religion is illogic.
It's like, so I'm trying to, with the animal thing, like, you may seem illogical to care for a non-human being more, but I mean, wouldn't it be a illogical being that feels more for illogical beings in some way, shape, or form? I mean, yeah, we eat a bunch of them and kill a bunch of them too at the same time, but I don't know. It's something about the, like especially a dog or a cat, they give you that affection because you just feed them or something, which to us is so simple. and then they just they're loyal and they give you loves, and it's like, I don't know, there's something that doesn't have to be super logical about it that just makes sense to care about it a lot.
I'm not saying don't care. It's like,
well, I know, but when you
my
say
whole
there's something
thing is
wrong
like,
in society, to me, that I think it's situational. Like I don't know I don't know when it would matter more or less right now. Like, for to give an example, like if we were being overrun by everything, like it's going to be destroyed by aliens, and it's like, oh, my cat. I don't know. Like,
okay, you've probably seen that.
You've
probably seen that video go around where like a dog in like a flood is like stuck against the wall, and people are like in boats, and they like rescue the dog. And it's like, that's nice, and the dog's all like happy. He's like shivering and exhausted, but he's like thankful and showing like affection instantly for being saved. There's just an understanding of like, oh, thank you, mister. Now I love you. But if they like come by a person and it's like, oh, the boat's full, I could see a lot of people in America doing that. Versus me, I would like instantly drown the dog for the person. It's like there's an understanding I have where it's like,
well, so I feel like so your whole thing is more about if you're in a situation where it's save the animal or save the person. You're concerned that they'd save the animals over the people.
Yeah, like
but
the book save the cat. I'm like, but what about the people?
So it's just like that's where like that guy that was like happy that his cat was saved. Like, it wasn't about, well, we saved this cat. 6 people died in the fire, but we got the cat out. If it were like that, then I would understand your tweet more. But with it just being like, yeah, your house was on fire and we were able to go inside and get the cat. Like,
no, I get he's probably
good.
single.
All around,
he's probably single, and like whatever possession's gone. It's like, oh, but like my living affection, furball, is thank God. It's like there's a connection that I've invested. Like, no, I get it. I do get it, but it's like I think the emotional resonance people have seeing that plays into the John Wickification I talk about, where people actually think animals are more important than people.
Maybe,
like,
well, because when I was younger, I felt that way. But as
yeah,
I'm older,
because you're a
I
child
know,
and you're
but
dumb.
when I'm older, I just know that it's the person first.
Yeah, like, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a
vegetarian. Nobody taught me that either. Like, I know that now.
Yeah, you start understanding the simple view of like, oh, well, like this tasty steak means something got killed, and it's like, well, I don't want to kill stuff. They're nice, and I pet them, and then eventually, like, well, if I want like the best form of protein, is fucking slaughter those fuckers,
Yeah.
like whatever.
Pretty
it's
much.
like they're beneath me. There's no real moral quandary to slaughtering this beast to feed myself. That again, and I feel like there's an infantilized. I feel like this whole pet thing I'm talking about, the animal thing, is really the infantilization, the Disneyfication, the John Wickification of society.
You need to put on a white coat and talk about it like that. Like, John Wickification, the Disneyfication has affected society. You didn't have glasses, little small glasses that go in your nose. People are probably upset that we're talking about this animal thing while we have trash cash up and rip and like supposed to be detracting, and we're just not detracting right now at all. We do this a lot.
Yeah, but this is the appeal, is like we have organic conversations. We're not steered to just try to siphon your super chats. It's like,
dude, all people do with that video I did with Deadpool and Wolverine, it's like 5 hours. Most of the comments are 5 hours. There's no way I'm gonna watch that.
I mean, it's kind of cool that you had a 5-hour stream. I assume mostly by yourself.
It was 1 hour myself, and then Runner joined for 4 of those hours.
Okay, yeah, it makes even more sense. Especially when you're telling us like he doesn't have like at least the like breadth of knowledge to really argue his points thus far. Like, he might grow into it, but he's still like a noob.
He's getting better at it, but it's
so it's like you just probably part of the 5 hours is the fact you're probably having to like restate like running.
Oh yeah, that is a lot of it. That's a lot. That's like a lot of it.
Killy Chow says, Az is losing weight while Ethan is gaining weight. And Ethan's hell, he is really fat. Az is fit, and Vinny is still fulfillment king.
Az is the Chad meme.
Jesus Christ. Kind of topic now. I got behind where I live. There are almost no black people. Went to Wendy's. They have a brand new staff, and they're almost all black.
Whoa, what?
Tonight,
so it's all gone to shit now.
Tonight, I heard them talking. They're Jamaican. How the heck did they end up here?
Well, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden flew them here.
Am I black, Mexican, or a mark? I can only be one of them. I don't know. Comics get collapsed a long time ago, but yes, Rippaverse collapsed as well. Red says, when pro-lifers want women who produce stillborns to get charged with murder, that's when pro-life goes too far. Okay, so yeah, you saw the crippled kid from birth, and it's like, yeah, I see that, and I'm like, I think the state should have some role in, not the current state we're in.
If we can use
the concept of the state being a good steward of society should step in. What
if we can utilize them to produce energy?
That is the value of tards, is they got like OCD. Like I Am Sam got that like down, even though they made fun of it in Tropic Thunder. Like never go full retard, and I Am Sam kind of does, but I think his like ticks, his obsessions, because he's like works at like a Starbucks, so he's always like ordering the like sugar and the different packets properly and distributing them evenly and in order. Like that's a retard thing. They're super OCD. Once like you give them a task, they're like they can never really accept change, and so it's like it's double-edged sword. You know, it's great for like a factory line.
I know what you mean. We had a neighborhood one that, well, I say neighborhood one, like he would come around and like try to mow people's lawns, which was nice and cool, and he can do it, but he'd have to put it in the green bin. And my neighbor across the street was like, "You just put it in the blue bin," and he's just like, his face is like, no, that is not happening. He turned into John Wick. Like, I will put the grass in the green bin, bitch.
Oh, I'm trying to think of. There's some movie. Oh, you know what it is? It's Trick or Treat, where they're like on the short bus, or it's not a short bus, but it should be. And
it might as well be.
They got all the retards in costumes for Halloween, and then the guy doesn't make a turn because he got paid by the parents to kill the kids, and the Dracula starts freaking out. It's like, oh, wrong turn. Like,
right.
That's what happens.
Yes. That's what happened when we watched it. When we all became that when we watched The Last Jedi for the first time. Like, dude, that's not right. It's not right. It's not right.
So Red says women who are raped should never be forced to give birth. See, that's one where it's like I lean in the Catholic angle. It's like I don't think conception should lead to segregation of like merit of living. But I think if someone's just going to be born retarded, like I think it's cruel to make them live because they're not really people. Like they're a stunted human from birth. I think it's cruel because you're subjecting them, like best case they got great parents that are involved every day for the rest of their life till they die. But even then, at some point, they're going to be habituated to like their 80-year-old parents till they are just shrivel up and die. Then they're subject to the state, and their whole world's turned upside down. They don't have the mental capacity to really accept it. And
but if you look at it like this, though, if the woman who got raped, has to raise the kid as a single mother, how much rights does the graper have to the child, and like how much issues does
some states have parental rights for rapists?
Oh yeah, but it's like I feel like that would cause a lot of drama. Who's ever's involved, and it's like that's one of those things where it's like you weigh it up, and it's like is it more worth this or not? Especially
so here's the parlay
retarded.
I have is like I'll accept the grape incest abortions. It's like, okay, we'll leave that up because I'm assuming you have to go through some sort of legal means, point the finger.
We're playing poker and we're laying down our bets.
Yeah, it's like I'll totally accept that. Get rid of this like on-demand birth control abortion. That's wrong. And again, it's like, yeah, I think the conception of a person shouldn't dictate their value. But I think if you're going to be born obviously retarded or a shrunken head, a deformed brain, something like that. I think it's cruel. You could argue the like deformities as well of like, well, it's a full like mental person, but like they're gonna be in a wheelchair their whole lives. Someone like a Stephen Hawking from birth. Is that cruel? Like I'm open to like that argument, but it's like if you got mental faculties, I think it's like
Man, he could still get
probably
a lap
shouldn't.
dance.
Probably shouldn't. I mean, yeah, he did great. He was at Epstein Island, making midgets do equations, like, which is actually really fucking hilarious. Like, yeah, I mean,
E equals MC what?
That's right. Reach for the chalk.
And carry the D and place it over near the P.
It's funny to think about what, like, it's kind of like in House of Dragon. He's born with a club foot, so he's kind of obsessed with perfect feet on women. It kind of there's a logic to him being a foot guy because it's foreign. So then you think about Stephen Hawking, where his whole body's betrayed him with his brilliant mind.
He's an ableist,
and so it's like, yeah, I guess you'd kind of get a kink out of torturing people for like their limitations because they get a little in some abstract way. They're getting a taste of your life. Like, I kind of get it. I don't get it. I don't get the appeal, but I get how you could come to that. But yeah, the great thing is like it's definitely you've been robbed of your womb in the agency of it, but then you get to like it becomes a civil rights issue in my view of like, should you be expendable because you're ill-conceived? Are you less of a person? It
comes. I was gonna say it comes up to adoption, but then it's like, and how many kids do well in adoption?
Right. Everyone loves to be a Sound of Freedom warrior, but they never target the orphanages that are potential.
It's almost like it's almost like the refugee things. It's like, would you let a refugee into your house? Would you let an orphan into your house? It's like, I don't know about that. Like,
orphan
kid.
No, you cannot have more porridge, Timmy. So you're a pro eugenics, kinda, yeah. I think a well-intentioned state that's concerned about the overall well-being of its people should be kind of eugenicist. Doesn't have to be racial, like people connotate eugenics as racist, and it's like, that's not. People utilized this science for racism. It is not a racist science, and I really hate that people don't have that distinction clear in their brain. Some response says, I have a friend who conceived through grape. Her beautiful daughter has 2 kids of her own now. See, grape works in mysterious ways. That's why I said they should be forced to. Sorry, what?
So I want to see, is this Jeremy Griggs versus the Phantom Menace?
Right, yeah, I am. I'm catching up with this chat now. We're almost caught up now. We speak in generalities here. Oh, I agree. Like, the Overton window has shifted so much politically that Republicans. This is the problem with Republicans. It's why I'm like, okay, I'll accept your grape and incest charges of for the abortion argument. Have at it. But we limit the on-demand and state funding, taking people's tax dollars to pay for it when a lot of people don't want to pay for it. I think that's like a breach of trust for the state with its citizens. Why can't people just donate? Like, give them the option. It's like, hey, that'd be nice.
Cool. Are we gonna be crowdfunding here?
Do you want to delineate your taxes to Planned Parenthood or to the DoD? I mean, honestly, you're just aborting kids after birth in like the Middle East at that point. So
that would be kind of a good point. Once,
kind of a win-win.
Once a year vote. Hey, do you want to donate money here? You want to put some of your taxes toward this or that? Like, what do you?
No, I'm not exactly an engagement farmer, Summer. I'm just saying, like, there is an angle.
That's JK. So that doesn't mean she don't mean that.
A gorilla is below a person. Wow, now Angus put down the hood. Humans are 100% logical or 100% emotion. There is a balance. Yeah. Although 100% of retards are 0% human. They worship Eric Juneteenth like how people from India worship cows. No, Muslims don't revere goats. They rear end goats.
The rear goats, gotcha.
Yeah. To be honest, it's nice listening to something that makes me think a little. Detracting is getting old. No, I do love detracting, but
we have some space in between, some filler for you.
I do got to upload. I don't know if many of y'all saw that stream, but Tony came in with me and Rookie on a stream. I have it clipped. I just need to like make a thumbnail of the argument. Are animals evil? I got to figure out the right title to try to like get into that algorithm of philosophy, questioning science.
That's a great conversation. That's the one we could still have on occasion. That's a fun one. It makes me think about plants. Makes me think about
your cat in your house that you have let live with you, and is it going to murder me? Like,
I'd be like, oh, you flashing my throat.
I love the video of the cat. I've seen it a few times now, where it's like, I don't know what the idea of setting this up. I guess she just knows the cat's gonna do this, but she's like washing dishes or something, and the cat just got his like ears pinned back, annoyed, and he keeps like ting, cling, 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 bouncing his metal bowl.
Yeah,
I
saw that. Yeah, she set that up because the cat probably always does that shit. That's an obvious one. Now, my cat has a routine at around 3 or 4 a.m. She comes into my room and rubs against me and meows, and then if I don't get up quickly enough, she'll start knocking shit over on my dresser and biting things that she knows I don't want her to bite. And then it's like, man, get the fuck up, Rookie. That's what she's saying. And then I'm like, all right, it's either to feed her or let her outside. She wants loves, but not really. She really just wants me to open the fucking door outside. Let her outside.
Yeah. Red says, I heard somewhere that retarded people are actually the next step in human evolution. Must have been a retard that said that to me. If you've ever seen Predator, the Predator, that is literally like, go on my channel, you'll find a Predator video, because I went into science about social like apes and stuff, talking about like, I did a little research to make that video where it's like, I found out about like the sclera, like it's like a newer thing in the other apes, and like what's the purpose of us developing the sclera, because most animals have like a really full like pupil, and it's to like follow gaze because we're social, so the eyes are part of our communication, and the sclera, the more white around, helps us like see that.
Being retarded is the next stage of evolution.
Yeah, I love that. Like, you have an evolutionary biologist with an autistic kid. It's like, some people think autism is the next step in evolution. I'm like what? A social deficiency for a social animal is actually an advantage?
I wish that they slapped her literally and were like, shut up. Just shut up.
No, just like cut her fucking Achilles. Like, you know what? The Predator can have her. It's like, oh, you're right. So the Predator can splice your retarded genes with theirs, make the next Predator.
Yes.
It's because I watched Tony 6 nights a week that I'm getting tired of detracting. Oh, that's not nice to Tony. The Predators are coming for my autism. Predators like Dr. Disrespect, EDP 445, and Chris Tyson.
The list keeps on getting higher and higher right now. I can't keep up.
Yeah, no, I know there's stages of autism. It's like like any stage is not a good thing for people. All right, caught up. Let's get into more trash because I want to see how this develops into a Jeremy Griggs.
Him his do. Let me read this again. Dr. Disrespect, quote, "You're playing tiddlywinks and I'm playing diddly twinks." I don't know if he was diddling twinks though, I don't know. I don't know if we want to go that far. I think it might have been young ladies, when somebody is like diddling somebody who is underage. It doesn't matter if they're boys or girls. I think it does matter a little bit. By the way, we did get our bazooka gum delivered. Thank you. Bazooka gum, what I used to buy in addition to comic books, 60-cent comic book. That's how old I am. And then you'd be able to get like a candy bar for 25 cents. And then you'd spend the rest on bazooka gum, which was 3 cents a piece. And so I was like, I haven't had Bazooka Joe gum in a long time. I bought this case of it. I chewed 2 pieces of it. It was just like going back to 1982. It was absolutely awesome. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you guys. So we got Kane and White. Kane and White, I don't know if you guys were around for this because some of you don't go back that far, like Comicsgate wise. But Kane and White was like comics.
Oh, have you seen this, Rookie? Like this tweet? Because I shared it. I shared it with a picture of Chappelle with chains on his arms. Because it's like, That's why he says don't tag me in Comicsgate. So, you know, putting the pieces together and then him being a ripetard art director, maybe this whole Rippaverse shit and like trying to steer clear of Comicsgate and you take it because like I want to say my interaction with Kane White to commission a piece was before any trash cast, before the Flashcast stream.
Yeah, it was over a year ago.
I think I commissioned it before this Fallout. So I'll have to look at the dates. This might indicate that like this whole narrative of like this is EVS's fault and Dick and Vito of like the split in our collective fandom actually might be like an orchestrated thing that actually blew up way too quick for Eric. Because it would make way more sense for him to just be buddies and siphon off Comicsgate off of like the fulfillment angle.
Yeah.
Prey upon that sentiment of Comicsgate. I don't know. I'll have to investigate later.
Skate, kind of like Kanan tried to do a bunch of books. I've actually talked about Kanan, like I think on Trashcast a couple of times, and maybe he's mad about it, but Kanan's a really, really good artist and he's fast. But hold on, did you crack your teeth? Because it's hard. No, it was really soft. It was really nice. I gave some to Andrea. She said, "How old is this?" I said, "I think it's new. It's fresh." And yeah, it was really soft. It was good. Anyway, but yeah, the stuff that I get like back then, I remember was kind of hard. Anyway, Kanan White, artist, black guy, even though his last name's White. He is used to come hang out with us all the time. He did a book called Brand.
The most needless comment.
You know, I was actually going to ask that. I was going to say, is that the black guy who's okay? There you go. I was thinking of Antonio Bryce when I.
Well, he did the art for Antonio Bryce.
Okay, that might have been why I was thinking of him. I was going to say the same thing. The black guy with the white name, with the guys.
I do love finding black people with the last name Whitehead. How does that happen?
Jamal White. Yes.
With somebody, and the first book did okay. Came out late. Second book he launched before they launched it together, him and the writer, before the first book had been completely fulfilled or something like that. And so the second book didn't do as well. That's what happens. You know, I'm here to tell you. And then they kind of like fucked off. And Kanan White came to me and he said, "Hey man, if you got any work for me?" I said, "Yeah, he did some stuff for me, and I paid him real well. And I promise you, Eric, I paid him better than you do. I paid Kanan better than you do, and that's why I got better work out of him, without question." And Kanan will tell you that. Kanan will come back here in a fucking heartbeat. He came back and he said, "Hey man, do you have anything else for me?" I said, and then he went over to. Anyway, here's the unfortunate story of Kanan White. You know, when Eric July was asking me, like, "Hey, who should I? You know, I'm trying to make comics. Like, who should I hire?" I said, "Dude, I know just the guy for you, because you know what? Like, you're a black guy, and he's a black guy. Do you like black guys?" And Eric said, "Yes." I said, "Well, then the two of you are going to work out real well together." This guy's
wow, you do have a
Kanan
lot
White,
in common.
and he's a really, really good artist.
It's literally like what Cartman trying to hook up Token with the black girl.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, Token, I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you." Are you stoked?
I fucking love BBS.
Well, he's mastered sounding like normal and casual. Yeah, so casual with it, but he's doing a joke, but it doesn't sound like a joke.
Yeah, it's like he's the hiring agency, he's the fucking temp agency, and Rippa's like the employer needing a crew. And it's like, right, okay, who I got? It's like, it's a black guy. You're black, like that'll work. Okay, perfect. All right.
Sweet. I call that done. Mission accomplished.
And I think he's between things to do. I don't think he's doing anything. Antonio, I forgot his name. Antonio Bryce. Thank you, Antonio Bryce. Yeah, it's not in person. I just, you know, sometimes when I'm talking off the cuff, I can forget names. Antonio Bryce, good guy. And so Antonio Bryce and Kanan were like partners in this business of theirs, trying to make comics. And I said, go talk to Kanan White. So Eric July went to Kanan White and said, I'm doing this comic, man. Yo, yo, I'm doing this. I
Yo.
can't do our July today. So I'm doing this comic. You want to do it? And Kanan said, listen, I'm not doing it because I got a deal to do this other comic book with this dude, Dame Drops. Dame Drops is a YouTuber who eats fast food. And then he eats a good hamburger. He goes, damn, damn. Another black guy, damn, damn, damn.
Wow.
So he was going to draw Dame Drops' comic book.
Oh, and what if Rippa gets that burger guy to make a recipe in the next Rippazine?
Perfect.
And then it's like the food is drawn by Kanan White. Black trifecta. It'll never stop. You cannot stop the reverse if you have the synergy of 3 black guys.
Is it Dame? Let me look this up real quick. Dame Drops special, super special, something like that on Indiegogo. It was an Indiegogo campaign. And he said he's going to do this because I think somewhere along the line, Super Official, that's what it was called, Super Official. Somewhere along the line with Comicsgate, like a few people got the idea that really they were tired of like asking me for their help. They didn't want to feel like they owed me anything. So what they wanted to do, because I'm annoying, they wanted to get away from me. So what they would do is they would just go try to find another YouTuber, because obviously any YouTuber with a pretty big platform can do what I do, which is to sell comic books to people.
Yeah,
and they tried everybody. They tried.
What's that? I said, yeah, Shadiversity.
What, it's fucking rape comic?
I'm gonna read that soon.
Oh god, I can't wait. Jesus Christ. Fuck.
Which hearing that is like, oh man, now I have expectations.
And then it's going to be funny. You read that, then you watch Handmaid's Tale, like that's how you make a rape story.
I honestly was like, he's just gonna have like a cool fantasy, like appreciation of sword, medieval times sort of magical thing, and it's like, oh, it's a grape count. Oh, okay. That's a little different. He's like a father of like 20 kids. Like, I don't know. In Australia,
hey,
a lot of private
idea
land.
Just ran because I got these tabs up. Random idea for tomorrow. Should we go through? Should I train Rookie in understanding the 4 quadrants of the mysteries of the Rosary? If so, put Y's in the chat.
The hell's the Rosary?
You know, the prayer beads.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That's trying to make
what I had to pray that fucking
trying to make it sound like I'm more incompetent. So it's like, oh, he's really gonna not have a clue what's going what he's in for.
I just make you watch a 30-minute Rosary segment with Mother Angelica and her stupid fucking nuns.
Dame Drops. Dame Drops said, sure, let's do a comic book together. Let's do a comic book about me. So that's what they did. So Kanan White went over there with Antonio Bryce, and the two of them pitched this Dame Drops. Dame Drops has like 3 million subscribers, something crazy like that. So here's the video. Let me. Damn, this isn't even a video. This is like a live stream. So here they are. Oh, look, it's Smiller. Smiller's
at the end of the day, it's definitely
Smiller's another one of these guys who kind of hold on. Smiller's another one of these guys who was just kind of like, I hate Ethan Van Sciver, and basically all I need to do is find another YouTuber who has a big following and leech on to him and have that guy promote my stuff, or maybe draw a comic book for him. Smiller would be perfect for Rippaverse. Perfect.
That face
Eric, if you're listening, hire Smiller. He would be perfect for your whole thing. I know he hooked up with Shadiversity and did some shitty comic with him, but it did well. Like, it sold pretty well. So here they are doing this Dame Drop super special comic book together. And because of this, Kanan said no. Where's Kanan? Kanan's down here. Kanan said no to ASOM, which, I mean, might have been a mistake because, let me see here. Might have been a mistake because it only raised, Dame Drops is super special. It raised $6,357.
What?
Who the fuck?
Wow.
And I just asked this of people. Who the hell would want to read a comic book about the guy who reviews burgers on YouTube?
So I instantly, my creative mind tries to think of plots. What could the story be? What could be up with this character? Maybe that's part of his superpowers, that like there's too much food.
Well,
around.
The pitch says, "What's up, foodie fam? This is the official comic from YouTube star Dame Drops." So it's like, oh, this is fucking useless YouTube merch, not a comic.
Right. See, but my brain's going to like, what could you do to make a food-based like YouTuber thing? Like, What could be an interesting story? Now, it can't be about the
Food-based
YouTuber much.
condoms.
Like, okay, there's some villain who's like making too much food. Like, there's a chef in town, and he's making too much fast food. Everybody's getting really fat, and so unless he like eats all the fast food for everybody else, then then they're all gonna die of a heart attack or diabetes or something. I don't know. And if you eat like 1,000 French fries, he gains a superpower. He gains like super strength or some shit. I don't know. Or he has super fart power that can kill somebody when he farts on them. Like, I don't know.
Stoney said, my autism made me good at science. Chris Chan's autism made him fuck his mom. Bug Bishop, shout out. Says, watching too much Rain Man, Stoney.
Shiggity shout out, bro.
Apparently Shad's book sucks ass and not in a good way.
Yeah, so here.
Does he get powers by eating food? Is his enemy a fast food syndicate?
That's what I'm saying. You could have like an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but it's like with the McDonald's and Burger King and shit. Like, they're like, hey, we're gonna stop you or something. And I don't know. You could come up with something funny, but honestly, I don't think it has to be anything about the YouTuber himself. It sounds lame.
I would make it like a Tenacious D story, like a quest for like the most supreme food item of a category or something. It's like the most
supreme fast food meal, like
the most obscure
meal
dish
combo.
See, you're stuck in fast food, and I'm like,
oh well,
just anything.
Well,
like,
you have to have it. You start with issue 1, of course, and you gotta save something for issue 2.
No, okay. If you're going like issue to issue, it's like, all right, he's got Tenacious D food quest for a hot topic item, or like the first. Like kind of like how Krispy Kreme, it was like a big deal when they first popped on the scene. You could like watch the donuts be made and shit. People would fucking line up to get Krispy Kreme, and something like that. Where it's like, oh, I'm gonna be the first one to try the new Hershey's bar, something like that. The new burger. I don't know, the gay burger at Burger King where it's got 2 bottoms or 2 tops, like.
Yeah, so he goes on this quest, but there's a rival who keeps on beating him to the punch every time, and so he's got to beat him there somehow. And
no, I think you got to make it. You got to make it singular focus for the first issue. You got to just be invested in that guy and his quest and the hurdles to achieve the task, and then you start having rivals. You start having, maybe like a John Wick narrative where like you cross the line by doing this. You're a poor, you're like not qualified, you're not the upper crust to have this
food industry. It goes deeper than you think. So once he reaches the place, he activates the sleeper cells.
Honestly, you could really make some like big ag, ConAgra stuff narrative, like military industrial complex, but with food. You could actually make like a really wacky, like Winter Soldier conspiracy plot with this, but food.
Yes, he gets stuck in a town where they only have like gluten-free options, and he's like got to try to find the most unhealthy item to get.
You could make this like the Matrix or like Walking Dead, where you have some sort of like zombie narrative that everyone just like consumes their slop. And he wants to liberate people with good food, especially he's a black guy. Blacks love the seasoning. I can attest to that myself.
Yeah, no, you can base it off of you and me. Like I'm eating like all this like bland food.
You're in the Matrix, man.
And you're like, no, but there's like seasons and there's all these other flavors. And oh no, you can Pepsi.
instead of the pills, it's like, will you eat the bug burger or will you eat the red meat?
Exactly. Yeah.
You'd have a lot of stupid fun with this and just like mimic everything.
And then you get Melanie Mac in it, and she'll make a joke about butter, and there you go. I brought her up to set you on.
You had to kill it. All right. Sorry about that. Honestly, let me see if this is on eBay. Let me see. Let's see if I can find this eBay.
It's 3 million subs and only 6,000 raised for the crowdfund.
Dame drops super official. Dame drops.
That's like less than 1% of his audience, isn't it? $6,000. That's like how many people?
Let me see. So he's got a bobblehead. Hartford Yard Goats bobblehead Dame drops. Yeah, all I'm finding looks like he's it's just got some bobbleheads from 2022. Let me see if I can find it on sale on the internet outside of eBay. Ah, fuck. Boom, boom, boom. Shopping. Motherfucker. He's got 1.7 million followers on YouTube. Gumroad. Okay, so you can buy it digitally for $6. Super chat people, if you want me to review this food book, and me and Ricky can have a copy and give you our opinions if you're interested. I'm not gonna invest my own money in this unless you, the fan, wants me to. It's like be an incentive. Okay, let's see where he goes with this.
I mean, that seems like a good. Honestly, that seems right. I mean, if Kanan had asked me, if Antonio and Kanan had come to me about this and said we're going to do a comic book about Dame Drops, I would have said, wait, your comic is going to be about him? He's the guy who eats burgers in his car. Yeah, but when he eats the burgers, he's going to become the Incredible Hulk, and he's going to he doesn't like vegetables on his burger. I'm sorry, what? He doesn't like vegetables, so the vegetables are going to fly off his hamburger and become villains that he has to defeat as the Incredible Hulk. And I would have said,
what?
That's not going to that sounds like one of the honestly, it sounds like one of those free comic books that you would get like with your Happy Meal or something like that.
I was about to say, this sounds like a Veggie Tales spinoff or something.
Weird.
Just
hold on a second. Jim tells you says, hey, Dr. Disrespect building Epstein's Island. What is this?
Huh?
Hold on a second here. That's interesting. I'll go take a look at it later. So anyway, because of this, Kanan White, who was a great artist, didn't do ASOM #1. And I would say, but you know what he did do? He said, listen, I'm trying to get in. I'm trying to break into DC and Marvel. So I'll do a cover for you, but I'm going to use a weird name. So he called himself Pernian or something like that instead of Kanan White. And he's been doing covers for Eric all along. But he didn't get to do the interiors for ASOM #1. And I would say to you, what would have happened? How would reality have been different if he had? I mean, for everybody. Can you imagine if Kanan White, who can really draw, had drawn ASOM #1? I mean, it still wouldn't be readable, but it would look better, and there wouldn't have been 3D assets in it and all these embarrassing things. Can you imagine? And then Kanan would have gotten a piece of that sweet $3.7 million. It's really bad. Sometimes I'll be playing cards, and I won't be doing so well, so I'll pull back my bets. I'll be I'm only going to bet $15 on this hand instead of my usual 200 or whatever I'm playing at. And that's the minute I hit blackjack right there. the minute you take your money off the table is when you hit blackjack every single time. And it's nice to hit blackjack on a $15 hand, but it's also terrible because your timing wasn't quite right. I think that must be how Kanan White feels, but 50,000 times worse. So anyway, Kanan White, finally, I think he tried to work for Marvel and DC. It's not really working for him. So he shows up now. And I think he's got this attitude in his head that he can't, he used to come to all of our art auctions. He would do everything he could to get money from the Comicsgate audience all the time. I mean, he would just do that. He would show up, he'd have some art. You guys would buy it from him. It was great. It was really nice. But when it came time to promote people, he wouldn't turn up or anything like that. So somebody let me know, and I already knew about this because I'd seen Kanan's homepage, and Kanan's pinned tweet is this. Kanan pinned this on Christmas of last year. Imagine it's Christmas and you pin this. Good morning, fellow creative. Oh, am I showing it? I'm not. I can't tell if I'm showing it. No, I'm not showing it. Hold on. Here we go. Share this tab. Good morning, fellow creative. I want to say this once and for all, and I'm not going to mention it again because I had a few people ask. And it's crazy I even need to do this. Listen closely. I am not part of Comicsgate. Look at the front. I am not part of Comicsgate. As an art director with the Rippaverse, I am here to help in whatever way needed, work with amazing creators, and help produce comics for my and the next generation. Name drop super official, look pretty good. Now, I know this will get response, rebuttals, and that's fine. I know where I stand, as does those at the Rippaverse. If and when you do respond to this, I'll have this muted so I won't see or hear it. So yeah, have an amazing day. No matter how hard things get, it's only temporary. Your best days are ahead. P.S. Don't expect me to become a frequent Xer. Nah, this is few and far between. Except maybe a comment or two. I'm out. What is this dude doing? Like, imagine being like that hostile. Like, people are like, wait a second. You've been on Comicsgate streams. You've associated with Comicsgate. You've worked on Comicsgate books. You've been a part of this whole thing since the very beginning. Like, Kanan has been here since the very beginning. And he's made a few twists and turns, et cetera, et cetera. But imagine having to just, somebody says to you, Kanan, are you Comicsgate? And imagine you have to write this and shut them down. Imagine just being like, now listen to me. I don't know. I can't believe I even have to tell you this. Now, I know that you've seen me for the past 5 years taking money from you guys on Comicsgate live streams, but it's ridiculous for you to assume that I'm Comicsgate. It's an outrage. It's crazy. How dare you? And I'm never going to say it again. And by the way, I'm not going to use Twitter. Peace. It's all about the Rippaverse. I'm out. So I saw this and laughed, and I just felt kind of bad for him. But today, I guess I didn't feel that bad for him. Hold on. What did I do today? Oh, here it is. So Ryan Tyler Palmer, the inexorable word nerd, is talking to him. I don't know about what. And but I think about Comicsgate, their time at Comicsgate. Kanan says, respectfully, don't tag me in anything with CG in it, around it, through it, between it, mentioned of it, or anything connected to it. Don't want to see any of that mess in my feed, bro. Thanks.
This is weird. When people ask to not be tagged in things, it's just really stupid, and it makes it even more honed in on as something people might do. It's just like, whatever you say, don't do this. People will do the opposite. Just
gonna have to make a tweety tweet, as Eric would say.
Angus, stop calling me fat.
Oh, does that bother you?
Just, I don't know. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Like honestly, I didn't even think about him at all. But now he's centered in Trashcast because he tweeted it out. So it's like, if he didn't tweet that out, then nobody would care.
Yeah.
I guess I assume he's been like invited to a lot of CG streams. He's probably been tagged in a lot of shit. So he's probably like, stop it. Stop it. Stop it now.
Okay.
That's wording to Craig's part.
He's talking about Gabe now. I guess he's left Rippaverse
thing now. Talking about his new book Tyrus.
Oh yeah, he did a whole thing playing "You Had a Bad Day" with the Gabe getting because he left the Rippaverse and it was just like funny or whatever because it's the Comic-Con and his birthday or something, and it's like no, yep.
Some responds way behind. Responding to Red.
Catching up.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. All right, so he's talking about Eric. So let's see.
He said, "What was the collection's break-even point?" He asked. Like, as far as us making our money back, I don't. It's hard to say specifically on this one because it wasn't like we didn't like commit to so many different items with this collection. So I'm sure we made our money in the first hour. We made that. I mean, internally, obviously, we have our goals.
Okay, hold on. Let's go through this. This is great. Like, when somebody asks you, like, was this a success? You go, hell yes, it was a success. Are you kidding me? Boom, we made this much money this quickly. It was
it's
awesome.
not that easy to answer. We got
Probably
some other things going on, and it was a little bit. We might have made it back in the first hour, but we don't actually know because we were paying for as much of it, and it's pretty good. Like, that doesn't always go that way. Last time it was pretty good. Like, just nope.
Fucking retard. Just say the Disney shit.
Like, what do you just what the fuck do you mean? Just what is or you don't know? Like, it's kind of that simple.
Like, yeah, again, it's like you need canned statements. This again, all of this like eyes on your loss of revenue by souring comic skaters that were supporting you. All this goes back to just fucking take it on the chin, just say, yep, thank you. Fucking cope and seethe in private, and then put on your salesman suit, put on your salesman fucking, what do you call his shirts he wears? Tank tops. And brush your arm hair.
They're arm hair breathers.
Brush your arm hair, make it nice and kept, and just shill the next thing and say thank you. Do you want another? Fucking don't talk back. He could still be making a lot of money if he just now he's starting to Ponzi scheme these campaigns.
Well, according to goalposts, it wouldn't matter if he responded or not to anybody. That people would still make fun of him.
No one was until the dick review. There was only the organized chaos, the little libtard channels,
the ones that were inventing things at the time to be mad at, and then it was well, let's actually look at it and look at him and see what there is to say.
Yeah, it's you've destroyed yourself by just it's really frustrating.
Monkey Jeeves says it's the worst episode of Trash Cast is over.
What? I'm enjoying it, especially as black commentary got Kanan, so it's funny. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you DM me? Ooh.
I read that as she's on a date, and I was like, "You're on a date and you're listening to us? All right, yeah, priorities. That's cool. That's cool. Pretend that we're telling you what to say in your ear. Tell them you like broccoli."
So I'm just catching up on this private DM.
We'll press play while you're doing that.
We're gonna have to do this and this and this and this, because of how successful this was. Here's Eric.
He said, "What was the collection's break-even point?"
I like that question. So, how much money did you have to raise in order to break even on the Gooding collection? Which we still don't understand what collection means. We don't know what collection means. It's kind of a weird thing. It's just one book. He's calling it a collection. It's just one book, but it's like a collection. If you want a collection, go over to the All Caps Comics Summer Select package, Fearsome, Salamandroid, and Cyberfrog, plus a toy, a binder, and the Blood Honey store folio, magnetic store folio, and some trading cards as well. Go grab that right now, and that's a collection. That would be a much better deal than whatever Eric July saying. Look at Eric's face, trying to think about okay, how do I answer what the break-even point was to this collection?
He asked, as far as us making our money back, I don't. It's hard to say.
Did you make your money back? What's the break-even point for your chair? Says Wilberforce Wooster. 402 pounds. When you finally hear the chair break, you'll know it's 400. Because my chair is one of these chairs that it's 400 people. I figured it didn't matter. If I bought a 400,
this is why it's hard to just skip through super chats. Sometimes it's
they're pretty funny, pretty good bangers. But no, I do find it funny with Eric with this. So it's he always does a really long answers, and I think about this with school. When they say to do the essay, it's got to be 1,000 words. Is this a product of that? You have to always try to make it as long as
not
possible.
With Eric.
You don't
not exactly.
You don't just answer it. You have to invent extra ways to make it sound like it's extended and there's more to it and filler the words.
Well, this is I've already figured out. This is the niggonomics of Eric July. It's he probably from the suburb, it seems, from the videos of him dancing and shit. And but he's hanging out with hood niggas or wannabes, I'm not sure. And it's probably why one of his buddies got shot, because they're probably trying to play tough and they got caught up in shit. That's my guess. But he's associated with that ring of society, and then he goes to college, and we've seen the Fag Bug documentary and stuff, and apparent enlightenment of Eric after the fact. I think he went to college with this peer group. And then he goes to college and everyone's white, even though they probably got a lot of exchange students, whatever, people from all over the country, different, minorities, whatever. He probably saw everyone collectively as white. And, they say fancier words in normal conversation.
But it's I feel like white people don't drag things out so long. You can't.
Wait, no, you've seen it in ISOM too, when it opens and the person's are are you okay? Like normally, you are this way. But now
yeah,
you're that's
yeah.
white. That's the
Ugh.
white mind of Eric. That's him trying to like speak white through the character.
He's
like,
trying to be Jane Goodall observing the gorillas in
like
this scenario.
he interprets white as like over complex or something. They say big fancy words like lettuce instead of I don't know. I can't think of it.
It's just like I feel like what he's going for is sometimes we'll use big words casually, but we don't take forever to say what we're gonna say either. Usually, it's
yeah, like he
even if
has
they
an
stammer around it.
interpretation. He has an interpretation of white as being over complex to the point of like, wait, what were you saying? Like,
because like seriously, I'm trying to follow him, and I'm like, okay, you
perfect. I need to find it.
I don't know.
There's a video where he's on some stream. It's like some really small channel where it's like, what? Why would he be here? It's like he's digging down to the plebes to try to sell his book now. It's very obvious. And the guy just asked him, like, well, if you could change anything with ASOM, what would you have done? And he goes on for like 3 fucking minutes to just say, I would have added like 4 pages to the fight of Yaira and Alpha Core.
I think I remember that.
And it's just like, that's it. That's all it was. Like, I summarized it in a sentence. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, imagine being Chuck Dixon trying to like get the details of this world to like make something. Like, what a fucking headache. No wonder he's like, Eric pays. Like, that's like his big, like, that's his like vote of approval with Eric working for him. He pays, like, not like, oh, he's such a wealth of knowledge, comics. He understands, rhythm of
he's
story.
good at conveying what he wants me to make for him.
Nothing. It's just, he pays, and that means something to me. Like, fucking.
Well, I feel like that's what like strippers or whores would do on the street. They're like, at least they pay.
Yeah,
at least they
Chuck
pay.
Dixon's a whore. I think I tweeted it the other day. Like, Chuck Dixon's a fucking whore. Like, everyone props him up, and I've read his Batman Gotham, like the Gordon story. That's good. That's all I know of his world of DC Batman thus far. But yeah, I just think like he's fallen into being an outright conservative, getting himself canceled or whatever, whatever his story is with Comicsgate. And now he's just a whore for anybody that'll pay him. He's the Nick Cage of comics. Which I mean, Nick Cage had to pay like taxes or debt or whatever. So like that's why he took all these shitty movies. But like Chuck has enough cred to not need to be a fucking whore for anybody. But whatever. Like
at least the pay's good.
Yeah.
Specifically on this one, because it wasn't like we didn't like commit to so many different items with this collection. So I'm sure we made our money in the first hour. We made that. I mean, internally, obviously, we have our goals.
What does that mean? Like, there's a lot of like.
I was about to say as well. I was like, internally, we have our goals. What does that do with the breaking even point? What are we talking about?
I like this account. I am not a zero, and it's Nerdrotic. Keep telling yourself that.
I'm trying. I am Spartacus. I am not a zero. I'm not a zero. I'm not a zero. Yes, you. Yeah, in unison now.
Oh, I was thinking of the Good Doctor clip where he's like, "I am a good doctor. I am a good doctor." He's like fucking spurging out, and the Asian's just like, that's where the Asian live reaction meme comes from.
Say so, Ethan says I'm not a zero. No, I do. I could show you. It's a 400-pound chair. Delaware Comic Dude says, so it barely holds you then. Well, I mean, like I said, there's I have some growing room to do. Beth Lyons says he's making money. Doesn't sound like it. Sounds a little uncomfortable.
I went into this understanding the type of character that Gooding was, understanding that this was a first kind of release of its kind. So I'm always blessed. But to think 10,000, like, look, man, 10,000, I was not anticipating it was going to be that many. So,
yeah, you were anticipating probably that it would be many, many more, because the book before this, Yaira, how many copies did that sell? How many copies did Yaira sell? Do you guys know? I don't know.
10,000.
Every time I pause his face, it's funny. P. Callan Negro says, I can hear him sweating. Wow. Yeah, like I didn't anticipate that this book was going to sell a fraction of what my other book sold. Yeah, I guess you probably didn't. Yarashi Mataru says, Eric likes to use words to make things sound bigger. This is a comic book collection instead of a single comic book. A comic campaign instead of a sale. Yeah. That's interesting. But I still don't know. I don't get it. Like, he'd have to explain like why he chose the word collection. It's really weird.
I don't get
we
it.
not
You and your friend.
Like Patrick. I don't get it.
I don't get it.
Okay. All right. So you got Snyder Tard shit. Fuck. Did someone collage Red Letter with him? Oh my God. What is this?
You and your friends, you want to be a part of the charity, that's great, but like, no to Geeks and Gamers. Well, nobody knows the finagling that went on behind the scenes here between Uche, Geeks and Gamers, and Jeremy Griggs. You have to kind of guess, but the logo, the Geeks and Gamers logo, did appear on the charity, and here comes Zack Snyder. Now, Zack Snyder appears on the show, and he opens up by saying this. Here's his opening statement here. Let me start over again. Every day is a nightmare. Okay.
Hey guys, how you doing? How's everybody doing?
Good.
Just a quick thing before we get started. I know that on our donation page, we still have the Geeks and Gamers logo. I just want to say that I really we talked about this, and we're really not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers as far as I'm concerned, and I really just want to make that clear. And I also want to just say, in light of recent events, I think we really, if Justice League teaches us anything, it's about coming togetger, and there's no room for hate. I just think
Justice
that
League's
it's important.
coming together, but get that shit the fuck off my charity donation page. Jesus.
I don't want people to think I'm associated with a Nazi YouTube channel.
I haven't heard this since
that's
happened.
That's the veiled. That like legitimately, all the fans should be fucking pissed. And I mean, I give them credit. I think they were like kind of just like.
No, I totally understand how
they were hit
feel.
from the side with this
Like,
unexpectedly.
They're like, our heroes here. What?
And maybe they're in the moment interpreting this as like, okay, he's got to like say corporate shit, or maybe
that's how I heard it first. Was just he's just saying, oh, we're not an internet, we're different. Just something like, I don't know, yeah, like corporate hibbity jibbity.
We are like, so different, you and I.
But I find it funny that his wording, he was like, as far as I'm concerned, we're not associated with that, and just like the Justice League, it's about coming together. It's like, wait, but you just said to do the opposite of that by having them get kicked the fuck off. Then he goes into the hate thing in a sec, I think, right?
Yeah, talking about the Asian child stuff. Yeah.
And of course, as the father of the Asian children, it really hits close to home for me. And I just really want to put that out there that we all, there's no room for hate. And that's just
he puts that. Hearing that again, that is literally like as if seeing Geeks and Gamers made me think about how Asians were killed recently.
It was a fucking parade for every anti-Geeks and Gamer.
That sounds.
It was a fucking death blow.
that sounds worse in remembering it. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
Geeks and Gamers, can you get that off of here?
I did a video talking about it. I wish I would have fucking knew to like. I wish I had the initiative to grift that, to milk and start fucking like Mad Max, just like watching all their shit for my own streams.
Yeah.
I wish I had the foresight to do that, because like, fuck, where'd my channel be if I was like fucking grifting the grifters?
Right.
See, again, that's how you know, like, Angus is a pretty pure guy with what he wants to YouTube and stuff, because he doesn't grift everything.
Nope.
I don't have the mind for it. It's like always hindsight. I could have made so much money. Fuck.
They're laughing at Jeremy. Oh god, that's terrible.
Hey guys,
all right, so that's amazing. That's the clip in question. Now, everybody just sat there and kind of took it. Zach stuck around for a few minutes and then he left. But what was going on back then? The left always has some fake cause that they're accusing everybody of. Back then, it was Asian hate. The reason why the left was promoting like, there's a lot of Asian hate out there, is because everybody knew that the Wu flu was probably orchestrated by the Chinese government. And the left knew that too. And it was an important part of how they were planning on rigging the election in 2020. And they didn't want the Asian community to take the blame for it in any way. So that's basically why the fake Asian violence, Asian hate meme came about. But Zack Snyder certainly bought right into it. And he just shows up there and he's like, guys, you're a hate group. And considering the fact that I have Asian kids and people like you, basically, you have to read between the lines. But I make movies so that, like, hate can be combated. And, I'm not affiliated with you. Unbelievable. I want to hear it again. Let me hear it again.
How you doing? How's everybody doing?
Play the same song.
Repeat the same thing.
It's so beautiful. Like, I'm gonna have to rewatch my video about it to understand like how I perceived it at that point. 'Cause I feel bad for Lethal Lightning. Like, everyone else can go fuck themselves in that panel, but Lethal Lightning's like just a pure
Yeah,
Snyder.
Lethal
tard.
Lightning was definitely looking forward to this most of all.
Yeah,
This is
I
dream.
wish I would have saw that fucking cry stream afterward, Jeremy. Uh,
Well, yeah, the Uche, you'd love what Uche says.
Oh,
the
fuck
whole time.
Uche, that piece of shit.
You don't fucking know me. I don't give a fucking shit about
That
any of you
piece of
fucking pieces
shit.
of shit.
It's
Yeah.
funny because everyone wants to like, rip, rest in peace. Fuck you, piece of shit. He was a promoter of like the beer bug jab and making people take it. And then that guy, I guess, took it and then he's fucking dead. So karma. It's not about being for making the jab. It's like, if I'm not mistaken, he was like pro forcing you to take an experimental drug with no research long-term for its effectiveness. I'm totally fine for the state forcing your kids to take measles shots and stuff because it's proven, unless you have a medical, a proven medical exception of like, allergies or something with the method. Fine. Aaron Rodgers has that with stuff like totally fine. But yeah, I am for a state forcing proven interventions for the sake of the general public health and eradication of crippling diseases. The beer bug was not that. It was just an enhanced, engineered flu, whatever you want to call it.
Here we go. Let's get right back into it. Look at Patrick, the PTP. God, horrible. And say that they're toxic because they're upset at the creative decisions of these big corporations. You being the victim yourself, Zack Snyder, of some, I would say, toxic creative decisions.
You should know more
by
than
these big
anybody,
corporations. Right? You should be in our corner. And I just want to ask you, do you relate to us on any level? Do you understand what these fans are saying? Can you take that into your heart? And even though you might not agree with us, you might think Rose Tico was the greatest character ever created, way better than anything George Lucas ever did. You might think Rey's origin story makes sense. You might think it's very important that people know that Cyborg still has his penis. All of this stuff, we might disagree. But do you understand and can you relate to this group of fans? And therefore, can you relate to the Fandom Menace? Can you relate to Comicsgate? Is that possible? And put him on the fucking floor like that. Put him on his heels and make him answer questions. Are you going to denigrate the fans the way these corporations have denigrated us and you? Or are you going to come to a realization that something very dark is happening in pop culture, media, and fandom right now?
Yeah.
And take a stand against it with us.
Yeah. Like,
it's so embarrassing.
Yeah, go ahead, Dylan.
No, I'm sorry, you can go.
No, all I was gonna say, just really quick, is like it's not like he even made like, and this is why I was saying on the stream that, dude, there's no twisting this around to try to make it seem like he said something else. We know what he said.
Yeah.
We know what his intention was.
Yeah.
Because not at any point in time, from what I was aware, in the stream was there an equivalent where he thanks the Geeks and Gamers team for raising all this money. No time. He had no problem separating from him and showing disrespect. But it's not like he went out of his way to thank them for doing what it was. So he made it abundantly clear that he had every intention to disrespect. Whose fault that is, I'm not even, to me, that's not even important. Because at the end of the day, you went and you said what you said, when you said it, unprovoked, as soon as you got here. So you would have had to.
Eric, I'm not defending shit, faggot.
In the last
Funny how
stream,
things turn around in a couple years.
In the last stream, the EVS was talking. He was like, "You see, he was a lot more modest back then. He doesn't show his arm hairs back in the day."
Got check. If that was me, you would have had to check. It's not even just about standing up, standing up for the team, but you gotta understand that that's representing something greater. You know what I mean? Like, we know what that attack is on. This is why everybody felt it. You know what I mean? Because that's an attack on us. Like, dude, what the fuck? Like,
YouTube, get on your feet, get on your toes, and be ready for this. You have a responsibility. If what you are is a YouTuber, I'm doing multiple things. I'm doing YouTube. I'm trying to make people laugh at SJWs. That's my take on all this. I'm also making comic books. I've got all caps comics. I'm actually trying to change the culture the best that one guy can. But if you're just a YouTuber, if that's where you are,
You need to be on your toes because you represent the fans.
Gosh,
and that's why I'm
YouTuber.
so disappointed at what happened tonight. First of all, Zack Snyder coming onto the stream and we were caught flat-footed and we were just ready to, sprinkle rose petals in his path and not expect any kind of resistance after what we've seen in the past 2 weeks of their agenda was stupid. It was stupid. To pretend that it was anything other than what it is stupid. And we should have been prepared. Those people who were on that panel, and I didn't even recognize most of them, should have been ready with talking points. Because that's what the left would do. Yeah. Frankly, the left would do that if we were in there on their show. They'd be there with their talking points, ready to take us down. And we're so disorganized.
Yeah, I never seen this. This is all fresh for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I never got to watch this or the Geeks and Gamers Cry stream.
Right, which he does watch in the last stream that he did.
I download it because you never know if EVS will take it down for some bullshit editing or whatever. So I've been on my toes trying to save all of his streams into my catalog, private or unlisted, for future reference and just for rewatch for myself.
Yeah.
Oh, Rippa, I need you to organize all these people.
I could try, man. No, because look, it's a culture war. This is something that people that watch the channel, they know this is all I talk like. It's probably my leading talking point, man. Is that like definitely when dealing with the social justice left, man? Like these guys, why are we trying to hold them to a standard that they don't hold themselves to, man? Like this whole trying to be uber respectful to people that are disrespectful to us. It's what it is. It's a losing strategy. Is what it is. It's a losing strategy, and I don't want to lose. I want to win.
People are beneath you. They're beneath you. And there's just no reason to treat them with respect when they're treating you disrespectfully. Here's our boy Jeremy, D-Day Cobra. How are you tonight, Jeremy?
Wish I could get somebody to talk about me tonight.
Oh, that's funny. Let me check in with the chat. Worst episode. I disagree. Eric and his hibbity jibbity squirrel horse. You hear about sex trafficking sting at San Diego Comic-Con? Yeah, Jim Satala sent that to me. I plan to look at that. Yeah, I did laugh at you.
I'm somewhat thinking of like a fusion between a squirrel and a hippo, and that's what Eric's spirit animal should be.
They kept it 100. They kept it professional amount, but we're 100% pissed. Yeah. Salty, what's up? Hail chat, hail hookers. I do like hookers. Not too much. Don't want to get attached because that's a slippery slope. But for that like hour or two I've paid for, I treat them nice.
It's a paid for love, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, isn't all love with women paid for in some way? It's never genuine.
You gotta start saving some motherfucking money.
Is COVID real? Oh, it's real, all right. Oh, you're DMing everyone but Rookie. Suck it, Rookie.
Well, no one says you don't have to not DM me. You could if you want to.
I'm not gonna read any of my comments tonight. I think he's mad at me. Well, I'll follow up with that.
Don't worry. So this is, by the way, this is when Jeremy and I had already had like kind of a mini falling out because he tried to boss me around a lot on the High Council, and I kind of got fed up with it, and I kind of put him in his place a little bit.
You got to clock in on time.
Like, don't talk to me that way. So we already had a little friction, but it was still okay. We were still communicating and stuff because it was fine. We just weren't working together anymore. This is when it all fell apart. You're about to see why. You're about to see why Jeremy decided he fucking hates me, and there's no other reason for it but this. Believe it.
Trying to get some attention, man. So that's why I had to come to EVS's channel. I got to get some fucking attention.
Before Jeremy speaks, I just would like to say I'm not associated with Geeks and Gamers. And also I'm against human.
That you know that. Look at he's like trying to laugh, but the way
this
is like monkey physical interpretation, like physical communication. You see that smile? It's not like it's a. He's trying to grit through like the fucking that stung.
Well, I imagine he wants to be done for the night. Just be like, just let some rest in between this bullshit. And because at that point it's been a few hours, I assume.
Honestly, if you like let it simmer with the fans for like 48 hours, that would make the fucking response stream even better.
Yeah.
Traffic.
Is there a logo anywhere that we can take down? Yes. That's perfect. Jeremy, I was so mad at you tonight. Not personally mad at you, but I'm so angry on your behalf.
You should be. Look, before we get started, Ethan is probably the reason why I have a successful channel, and I mean that. I'm not bullshitting.
What is that?
Back when
Don't blame me.
no,
Blame me.
You blame for everything.
Back when my channel started growing at first, you know, I had a couple. You know, you have people just trying to manipulate and get involved and everything like that. And I got some people that were really giving me some bad information. And EVS called me up after I made a couple videos on it. He's like, "You need to back off that, dude. You're going down the wrong path on that." And that was great advice. And I'll remember that in the future when I have people come at me. So so if you don't want to be associated with Geeks and Gamers, don't be associated with Geeks Against Skyber either.
No, wait a second. This is the second time. Okay, look, I got Ethan radicalized Jeremy. No, I didn't. I'm about to radicalize Jeremy tonight. The problem is I didn't radicalize Jeremy. Jeremy is still like Jeremy's channel has become so big now, and he has become a media empire. Geeks and Gamers has become a media empire, and I feel like now he thinks that he can walk among the literal cobras without getting bitten. And I hope tonight. Well, I hope tonight it was a lesson a little bit that these people, the people who you've built your channel on, criticizing because they hate your audience, and your audience is huge. It's immense.
Yeah, I mean, well,
they still hate you.
Oh, I know
more
that.
than ever.
They were never gonna like me. I've never had that misconception whatsoever. At the end of the day, we had a great opportunity tonight, and I think we came out looking damn good. I mean, is anybody not going to support Geeks and Gamers after tonight because Zack Snyder said he disavows? I mean, is anybody going to do that? Like, this could have gone one of two ways. Number one, it would have went good and we would raise $100,000. Or number two, Zack Snyder could show that Geeks and Gamers has a lot of fucking influence. Do you know how good I feel knowing that Warner Brothers is scared of me?
Hmm.
Do you know how good I
feel good about it.
Interesting way to interpret
That's
the
a cope.
events.
That's a fucking cope after the fact.
I feel like this is a common thing that
this is just that kayfabe wrestler shit.
Like, yeah, they're afraid of me. It's like, I mean,
He's trying to be like Stone Cold or something. We're like, yeah, I am a bad boy. And it's like,
well, it's just like, you know,
you're
how,
all
like,
groveling
She-Hulk,
at this fucker.
You know how She-Hulk references Doomcock pretty much like straight up. Like, I don't think that's out of fear. That's just like
it's
that's
mockery.
Funny. Just like that's funny to make fun of. Just like how we kind of it's their version of a meme. Like they have the ability to put it in their product though, essentially to meme it. So yeah.
Okay. Dragonflint says BTM talks about like it's fake. No, I think it was real. It really affected people, but it was like EVS like nails it. This is they busted some doctor carrying SARS-CoV-2 or whatever. Something related, like the from what I understand, the makeup of the beer bug, I don't know if it's still a naughty word on YouTube, was like, it's very clear it's like it's an engineered disease. It's like weaponized. It wasn't weaponized to the point of actually being like a plague, but the way it was used as a crutch to test the control mechanisms of the government on the people, and it worked pretty well for a while. And but now I think everyone generally is just like, I'll just wear a mask, I'll go out, whatever, but like I'm still gonna do shit. It's not gonna work at the same time, I don't think, but I could be wrong. But yeah, no, it definitely affected people. Unfortunately, it didn't affect enough boomers to help the housing issue. I got a very Midsummer take on it. It's like, didn't kill enough people, honestly. But no, yeah, it was like a real problem for some people, mainly old people and breathing disease compromised people, asthma, old age. It's not really a factor for the everyday person, though. It's got general good health. Very much over catastrophized to put us in a fear state to comply. So that's my view on it. But no, people were affected by it because it was engineered and it did have some effect. But we've become, I think everyone has been exposed to it. We have a baseline immunity to it now. I haven't taken the flu shot. Like, they're trying to offer me when I go to the VA the fucking shot. It's like, I haven't taken the flu shot since I got out of the army. I am not. No, it's better just to like expose yourself. When I get old, maybe I'll take it, but I feel like living this path, because the flu shot is like, it's literally like, with all the advances we've had in medicine, we still can't figure out the cold and the flu. And so when you take the flu shot, it is it's a crapshoot targeting maybe 30% of the strands they're projecting. It's a weather forecast through a shot, and they're just gauging. We think these will be that's why you have like the bird flu takes off, the swine flu, because they weren't projecting it, and then they have an outbreak like in a farm or something, and we're so like they're domesticated where you have like a genetic harmony, if you will, with these domesticated livestock. So we're so easily susceptible to those food stock animal populations to infect us, communicable diseases. So like that's the issue. And so yeah, don't take the flu shot. That's my personal suggestion. If you have relatively good health, don't take it. Just expose yourself, get sick for like a week, and you'll be fine. I've not had a flu problem since 2015. And that's when I did take it. Patrick Thomas Parnell is a moron. Holy hell, Jeremy is ODing on copium here. Exactly, Pike Bishop. Yeah, I believe it's real and it's possibly engineered, but that B-Team guy is dumb. Jim Stahl is cool though. The B-Team is great. He just, got his opinions. He's very distrustful of the government. I can deal with that. Never once got coof. I have asthma, and I think the vaccine fucked me up though. Well, yep, you're on the path of Uche now, Summer Swan. Sorry to say. Better send your super chats before you're gone. So we can remember you, of course.
Because they're far more powerful than you, and they have the ability to shut you down.
Barstool Sports is my template. They're the biggest sports company rivaling ESPN. The NFL has them banned. The NFL has them banned.
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to stop Geeks and Gamers. They can stop us in certain elements. They're not going to stop what we're doing. I have way too many irons in the fire. They can't fucking stop me.
I don't know about that, because now YouTube has a deal with the NFL, so they could just cancel. The NFL can influence YouTube to cancel Barstool's, platform access, if just arbitrarily. They can call them hate speech or whatever. I don't know if they would count as that, but you should be worried. Warner Brothers, Discovery, like they got billions of dollars. Disney's got billions of dollars. If they really wanted to like just snuff everyone out, they can put the money down with YouTube. If not just collectivizing politically to get rid of you. So I would be concerned.
Me?
There you go.
That's really what it comes down to.
Nobody clip that for later use. Nobody
clip it right now. You
Those
can't
would be,
fucking stop it,
Jeremy, well, they can do that. Your channel is not so big. They've closed down bigger channels than yours. I
don't make my money off my channel, my website, and I've got a lot of different things that makes me money.
Okay. Well, that's good for you. But I guess where I'm coming from right now is that, I and a few of my friends here represent a group of fans who have been disrespected by people like Zack Snyder and the people all around him for years. And our channels are based on and built on fighting back and pushing back against them and demanding respect for them. Doomcock, our friend Doomcock, who lately, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but Doomcock created a great slogan.
No one does.
Without respect, we reject. And that has to be the guiding principle of everything that the Fandom Menace believes in. Has to be. Even when we're faced, if George Lucas comes on our channel, first of all, peel Anna that Star Wars girl off of his lap. That's going to be the first thing we're going to have to do. But if George Lucas comes in here and disrespects us, we have to be prepared to fight and push back, even no matter how much we love him. We have to be able to do that because we speak for hundreds of thousands, in your case, people who look up to you and are hoping that you'll do that for them. So I don't think tonight was a good night. I think tonight was.
Well, so tell me, if they hated me before tonight, if they hated me before I ever talked to Zack Snyder,
it's not about you. Take you out of it. It's not about you.
I understand that, but they hate all of us. So at some point, somebody's going to end up with their radar. Are we supposed to operate in a scared position because these people are horrible people? Just because we're doing something good and successful, we're supposed to hold back by doing good out of fear for these horrible fucking people? We have to stand up against the shit and show them we're not scared. Like I was fucking stocking grocery shelves.
Though.
Why am I scared?
We seemed to be scared tonight.
No, he's talking about the people that are on the. Let me ask you this, Jeremy. Do you? And I'm serious. Do you? I don't want to say regret's not the right term. Do you think that someone else should have handled that whole ordeal?
What do you mean?
Like in retrospect, I know it's easy to say that. What I'm saying is that people that were emotionally connected to the Snyder Cut, interviewing Snyder, do you think it would have gone a different way in the event that someone else was more so kind of manning the fort. I know that's easy to say.
I'm saying, do you mean like the moment that it happened when he said that? If someone else was manning the fort, is that what you're saying? Or you
no, obviously that's the point that we're talking about. Yeah, we know we raised all this money, but specifically about that particular ordeal. The reason I'm asking you this, let me preface it by saying this. The reason I'm asking you this is because I know like a lot of cases, like in our industry, like with the music stuff, will specifically get people not tied like to these people. It's more so it's like off limits for them to either interview or do something like that, because we know they'll go into it with a different perspective. You know what I mean? So with that being said, do you think that someone else should have maybe been tied to that as opposed to having people that were, let's say, Snyder Cut bros?
Well, I mean, so essentially, you know, when it came to me, when this whole idea came to me, it all kind of happened out of just, you know, Uche got retweeted by the Snyder Cut official page, and then they started learning he was an NFL player, yada, yada, yada. When the whole thing kind of went down, we just managed it based on the circumstances that happened. And, you know, I mean, in retrospect, I don't know of any different way that this could have been handled outside of not getting involved with, you know, someone from Hollywood. I think that's the only way. I don't think there's a different way. Like these Hollywood people, they are programmed to hate and despise you. And so I think there's only one way. There's only two answers: either get involved in some capacity or don't get involved at all.
He doesn't know anything about. I hate when they say things like these Hollywood people are programmed to hate and despise you. No, that's how it makes you feel. They just look down on you. They don't hate you. They just don't care. And they're leftist and stuff. And they think the little people are kind of just, you know, gross. And your, you know, conservative opinions are gross. Most of them are like that. But they don't hate you. They don't care about you. They don't. It's like we gotta destroy the fans. They just don't even get your cockroaches to them, essentially.
I think that's really the only way. I think if you put a different person in charge, if there's a Geeks and Gamers element to it, that you're still gonna have the same result. It may not play out as theatrically as this one did, but you're still gonna have the same result because they hate us.
Well, no, what I'm saying, but yeah, I get that, but I'm saying more so to the point of like that particular conflict, right? Do you think it's handled differently? Because I know that, you know, and I don't know if you had mentioned it to these guys here yet, but you know, we talked about how, okay, we wanted to keep it cordial, obviously, during that instance and during that period of time, and you know, credit to them for trying to keep it cordial.
Yeah.
But with that being said, looking at what happened, and obviously we're having this discussion here. Could we, if someone else was involved, do you think that would have been a battle to win? There is more so the point that I'm trying to make, or rather I was trying to point out on the stream, as in like, if let's say you, because you're not a Snyder Cut guy, right? Nope. You're not a Snyder Cut guy. Well, we know that you're open about it. If you're in that position, or someone else that's part of the Geeks and Gamers team is in that position, does it go a different way? And does that way come out? Do we come out more victorious in the event that someone else that's not emotionally tied to this whole concept is the one that's actually manning the fort during?
Yeah, I think I mean, I can only say to me, because I don't think anyone else on the team would take the liberty, but if I'm involved in it, yeah, I think it does go differently if I'm the one there. I do believe that. I do believe that.
That would have been great. I would have loved to have seen that, a rebuttal on behalf of your fans, because you know, honestly, just remember, he's not over your house. This is not going to be a continuing relationship. He's not coming back on probably ever again. So the minute he says that, this is your opportunity to make a video statement that's going to last for the end of time.
Yeah.
This is what we stand for. And if he throws a fit and leaves, that's great. That's perfect.
Yeah.
This is what we stand for. This is our problem. This is what we fight against. And you, Zack Snyder, you of all people should know, because it touched you in your life too. You are fully aware. You should be fully aware of the weirdness that's going on in corporate pop culture. You should know about it. You should be sympathetic, even if you disagree with us about certain points. But these fans are disenfranchised fans.
Shane Davis. Welcome, Shane Davis.
Going on. The chat said I had to come in here and defend my honor. What did I do?
Well, there you are. You know, this is you in the past, looking much younger.
This hat every single day. And they have consistently insulted me. The people who are my friends, they've insulted me. They haven't listened to any of our criticism. Instead, what they've chosen to do is call us bigots. And that's what you've done. Right out of the gate, we invite you here to join us in this charity, this meaningful charity that, again, should mean something to you. And you choose to insult us in our own homes. And I think you owe us an apology. I think you owe these fans, you owe the people who were planning on watching your movie tomorrow an apology. You owe the people who donated money to this charity an apology. And I hope that comes soon. I hope that apology happens right now.
Yeah, no, I agree with that in a hypothetical sense. Go ahead, someone else is going to go.
No,
else about to talk.
Why didn't you bring chloroform?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
What do you think of all that, Ricky? Oh no, did we lose Ricky? Nope, that didn't wake him up. Sorry, just watching this got me just energized. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I should be going to bed.
Yeah, I hear you. I gotta work out in the morning.
Pike Bitch says, I wonder if Uche enjoyed the Pfizer cut. It appears so.
I guess so, yeah.
I need to follow Tony. Oh, yeah, I read that. You're a healthcare type worker, so I kind of had to. You should have said you were like Muslim or something. I might have got you out of it. But we'll follow up more tomorrow. We will bring up the Comic-Con trafficker sting operation. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense just because of like all of the people from around the world that might be blown up. ASOM blow, says Dynasty. Welcome to the chat. We're actually about to close out. So I want to say thank you to Red for the memberships. Appreciate it. Got to figure out something. Let me know. Start DMing people what you want for like incentives for memberships and tiers or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what to do for y'all. I want something, but like something to give back to y'all. Make it worthwhile. Make it, basically break even for me. But yeah, ASOM over ASOM. Yeah, the Angus School of Ministry. That's what we're working on. I appreciate y'all. We'll definitely go over the rosary. Might read some of the comic Bible tomorrow. We've been missing that for a while. We'll have a good time. So yeah, Comic-Con, we're gonna look over Vex Electronica's Deadpool video and whatever else pops up. But see you tomorrow. Go sub to the Rookie Critic. Check out his Deadpool discussion with Runner over his channel. And see you tomorrow night, possibly earlier than normal. Take care.